Good evening, everyone.
Good evening.
The Durham Public Schools Board of Education monthly meeting is now in session. I'd like to take this opportunity to acknowledge our delayed start. Dr. Lewis and I were consulting with safety and security due to a power outage here at Fuller. We wanted to make sure that we are able to honor the public support of our meetings with public comment in a way that is safe and secure for all. And that has delayed us going live, and we apologize for that. But hopefully we will have a fix from Duke Energy on this power outage in the coming day or so, hours, hopefully. At this time, we wish to extend a warm welcome to everyone who is joining us this evening. Our interpreters for tonight are Martha Romo Urgueles and Vanessa Pina Ramirez. At the time, interpretation services are down due to the power outage, and we apologize. Thank you for taking the time to join us. At this time, we will have a moment of silence. Thank you. Due to our power outages, we are going to skip celebrations and the superintendent update and move into agenda review and approval.
I'd like to make a motion, due to our circumstances this evening, to amend the agenda. And I'd like to remove the DPS Foundation report. Sorry, I'd like to remove consent agenda item D. What? You already said that. Sorry, making the sausage. So I'd like to remove consent agenda item D, superintendent evaluation tool. Also remove item 3, Board of Education DPS Foundation report. Also remove 4, academic services, A through C. 5, operation services. I think that's it.
Second.
It's been moved by Ms. Carter Otten, seconded by Ms. Byer to remove the superintendent evaluation tool from the consent agenda, the DPS Foundation report, strategic plan priority 1 update, school improvement plans for fiscal year 24 through 26, the DPS advanced academic updates, and operation services item on the local master's pay budget impact from our agenda. As well as a change order report. Is there any further discussion? Ms. Umstead?
I just want to add, I know we are removing these items tonight from the agenda based on the circumstances. For those at home, we are in lit, but our room is dark. So the rolling power outage is affecting our building in different areas. But when can the public expect a update on these items? So we're removing them for tonight. I just want to be clear about they're not removing from our work. We just want to delay the presentation until we have power in the full building.
Various updates will come at different times. Most of the agenda items, with the exception of the DPS Foundation report, will come at a special call board meeting that we're hoping to schedule for December 2nd. And will be posted with adequate notice so that the public can give their feedback and we're staying within the law. Is that acceptable?
Yes, it's acceptable. I just really want to make sure that people understood. we weren't just removing items and not going to return to those. So thank you.
Ms. Carter Otten.
Thank you, Ms. Umstead. That I think that's helpful to clarify. And also just to let the public know that part of our concern is not having interpretation translation services this evening. So we want to just focus on as few items as possible. And also limitations here within the building and uncertainties about what will happen with the power outages.
Thank you. Any further discussion? All those in favor of approving the agenda as amended, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Use the same sign. It passes unanimously. The next item on our agenda is the board regularly monthly meeting minutes from October 24th, 2024.
I move approval of the minutes.
Second.
It's been moved by Ms. Byers, seconded by Ms. Harold Goff to approve the minutes from October 24th, 2024. Is there any further discussion? Awesome. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposition, please use the same sign. The minutes have been approved unanimously. Thank you. We will, Dr. Lewis.
I'm sure I just did check, Dr. Giovanni just checked there was another outlet that translation services was able to use. So translation services are up and running at this time.
Thank you for that update. We will now move to general public comment. A quick review of the rules. First, please state your name. If speaking for an organization, please state your name and the name of the organization. Second, speakers are asked to present their comments in 3 minutes. When the yellow light comes on, you will have 1 minute left to start winding up your remarks. When the red light comes on, it will beep, which indicates your time is up. Complaints about named staff, students, or parents should not be voiced in open session. However, we are very interested in hearing your concerns with regard to public education, safety of students, or to the operation of the school system. Finally, the board members will listen carefully and consider the comments, but we do not engage in a discussion with speakers. Our first speaker to speak tonight is Anna Long, followed by, I'm so sorry, I'm gonna mess up your names tonight. Owen Ambrose.
Good evening, board members. My name is Anna Long, and I'm a junior from Durham School of the Arts. And tonight I am representing Sunrise Club and the growing number of students interested in taking action to stop climate change. I have cared about climate change for a while. I've always wanted to take action, and I do so by biking to school, composting with my family, and shopping sustainably and locally. I know that I am helping, but there's only so much that I can do alone. Because I wanted to do more and I wanted to make real change, I joined DSA Sunrise, and we've done a lot. We canvassed for Kamala, spread awareness about global warming through grade level presentations, and organized a walkout that brought awareness to climate change. We only have 6 years left to stop the climate crisis, and I believe that DPS needs to make changes in order to meet their climate change goals. I know that I, like other students, want promises to be fulfilled and policies to be carried out. We are eager to create Green New Deal resolutions with the school board, which is why DSA Sunrise is hosting a visioning meeting on December 11th at 6 p.m. at Duke Memorial Church. Parents, staff, and students of DPS, please save the date and attend. It will be December 11th at 6 p.m. at Duke Memorial Church. Thank you.
Thank you. Owen Ambrose, followed by Lucia Harrington.
Hello, my name is Owen Ambrose, and I am ceding my time to Lucia Harrington.
Hello, my name is Lucia Harrington, and I'm here to speak on behalf of the DSA Sunrise Hub. We've been communicating with y'all, and we're so grateful for your cooperation so far on the issue of climate policy at DPS. You've shared a resolution with us that you signed in 2021 stating your commitment to renewable energy. While this is a step in the right direction, it's not quite enough. The Sunrise Movement demands that 100% clean energy is, dedicated no later than 2035, that all new construction that is reliant on fossil fuels is seized, and that there is comprehensive climate action plans created. Currently, you've committed to 100% renewable energy by 2050 and are not on track to achieve that goal. One example is that the new DSA campus that is being built right now will still be reliant on fossil fuels as far as I'm aware. Further, the existing resolution does not include other measures that we believe are necessary: buses that run on clean energy, pathways to green jobs, in-depth climate curriculum, and climate disaster plans. These would empower all DPS students to be climate leaders in today's society. But most of these are within your power, and some of the latter require much less funding than renewable energy. We also understand that money is a limiting factor, and that in the next 4 years, it will likely be much more difficult for school districts to obtain funds to transfer to clean energy and educate about climate. We understand that some of the things we're suggesting seem a little far-fetched, and it's unfortunate that they must be so difficult to enact. We also understand that other significant problems that you're probably going to hear about today, like teacher pay, are a priority, but we urge you to take our plea seriously. This is a chance for you guys to use your power in a way to make positive changes and be an example for other school districts and save money, as clean energy is saves money in the long run. And yeah, so Sunrise we have been talking to students and giving information in classes. We've been gathering student input on what they think is important, and we've heard some really good ideas, and we're hoping to work with you guys to develop resolutions to work towards these climate action goals. And we're so grateful for your attention and cooperation. We look forward to working with you guys in the near future as we develop our resolutions. Thank you.
Thank you. Ann Fields, followed by Elizabeth Fields and Anna Garcia.
Can I start? Okay. At the last meeting, it was conveyed that immediately a rotation and advance notice for the buses would begin. That has not happened. Bus 235 has run twice in the last 2 weeks. This bus in particular serves a vulnerable population that was also said to be prioritized during the last meeting. My child's bus has begun to run more frequently and serves a less vulnerable population. So while that's great for me, it's not great for the families that really have no other options. So I want to also think about pay for drivers. City bus drivers make more money than a bus driver at DPS and are currently hiring. After myself and my sister speak, you'll get the privilege to hear from a fabulous group of school social workers that are here because they are not paid fairly. I used to be a part of this team, and the reason I left DPS was because I was told 2 weeks after my 5-year-old, that one right there, was born, that I was in fact not getting the master's pay that I was promised when I was hired. You say that we shouldn't throw money at the problem, that it won't fix it. It would have for me. The difference between $1 for someone making minimum wage is the ability to pay your rent. And buy food for your children. I don't understand why this is not being treated as an emergency, because it is. There are children that are not going to school at all, period. That is an emergency. It should not take 2 weeks it is almost December. That's halfway through the school year that groups of children have not been able to go to school. I just don't even know how we are possibly here in this situation in the middle of the school year. And the fact that simply rotating which bus is not going and telling parents, hey, your bus is not going to run on Mondays, come up with another plan, doesn't seem that complicated to me. And I don't understand why at a minimum that can't be implemented literally tomorrow. Thank you very much.
Hi, my name's Elizabeth Fields Jones. I'm an EKPO parent and I'm a ESL teacher at Glen Elementary School. I know the challenges with transportation are complex and require short-term, long-term solutions, and they're not going to be solved tomorrow. Today, I'm not asking you to solve the transportation crisis. I'm asking you to provide consistent transportation for bus 235, starting immediately. And that these families are not included in the rotational coverage plan. They've done enough. For our school, this bus serves a large number of students who are new to the United States and are working hard to learn English on top of math, science, social studies, and reading. More than anyone, they need and want to be at school every day. Since the last meeting, when you heard from dedicated teachers at Brogden who shared their concerns about students who also ride bus 235, it goes to Glen and then Brogden after. The bus has run in the morning, either 2 or 3 days, I've lost track. I have students who at this point seem to have given up on trying to keep track of whether the bus is coming, and they've just stopped coming to school. I'll close by sharing a few comments from families whose children used to ride bus 235 when it still ran. It's a rather complicated situation that has been seen this year, and the truth is the most affected are the children, because they miss out on learning for a day when they miss class and don't recover. Also, parents are affected also because they cancel at the last minute, and if we are at work, then we have to leave work, so it affects us on both sides. For me and my daughter, it is difficult to be like this. She doesn't attend class much because of this situation, and it affects her a lot in her learning. I hope the leaders pay much attention to this and find a sure and effective way to solve this problem. So please just send our kids a bus. Thank you.
Thank you. Anna Garcia, followed by Sonia Lopez and Tiffany Squire.
My name is Anna Garcia. I'm a DPS employee. I'm representative a student named Mary. She's a friend of mine. She's a 12-year-old, goes to Brogden Middle School, lives in Duke Boehner Apartments, a 945 units apartment complex. Middle and high school students face many challenges. Some of them do not get enough sleep, exposed to all sorts of noises. They, for example, the train passes along 3 hours, whistling 2 miles radius. There are continuous sirens disrupting the neighborhood. Mary lives in the 4245 building, the farthest back edge of the neighborhood. She walks 5 to 10 minutes to the bus stop towards the community interest, takes risks in inclement weathers to being run over to a car, kidnapped, or being chased by a dog. The bus stop site is hazardous. There is no shelter to take cover in case of an emergency. From tornado floods, flood warnings, freezing weather. She spent 3.5 hours waiting for the bus. Since still counts against her attendance, she is being counted absent. It's been 2 to 3 months that 40 kiddos in our neighborhood are out of school. Back in August, September, there were reckless drivers not respecting the bus stop in the mornings or afternoon. Now the traffic is better. Please change the bus stop to a safer location and within the community. At school, the food that is served, there are few food options. We would like a whole meal of fresh food. Not all families are privileged with a car. They are kiddos that must take public transportation, taking other routes to get to school or on the way home. Walk on the Lion Street, dangerous. Lion Street is dangerous. There is many shooting in the area. The bus shortage has changed my mom's work schedule. She works 9-hour shift. It impacted our house income that she brings less money home. She looked for our other options for before and after school programs. There are no morning programs. There is an early drop-off station, but there is no school staff supervising. Please try to invest in the bus drivers we already have. Pay them what you owe them and try to pay them more what they deserve. Spotlighting bus drivers, Eastway Coach Watson, Brogdon Principal, Mr. White, and Mr. Boyce for their dedication and going over and beyond their jobs, their own job duties. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Sonia Lopez. I'm the social worker at Lakewood and Forest View Elementary. Tonight, I'm here to share my thoughts and set the stage for the voices of my fellow social workers who will also be speaking. Over the last several weeks, you've been engaging with the DAE Master's Pay delegation, and I want to thank you for listening to us and hearing our concerns. This delegation was formed by union and non-union members alike. It took countless efforts and collaboration across work sites to bring you the accurate information that DPS itself seemed unable to provide. Over 45 advocates, union and non-union members, some directly impacted and some not, engaged in hundreds of real conversations across work sites to ensure no one was left out of this advocacy. This work is only possible because we are a majority union and have the structures in place to quickly engage all of our coworkers. All of this work has been for the 35 staff left out and for all the students and families that need them to stay in this district. Please understand the social workers are not just fighting for ourselves, we are fighting for every instructional support staff excluded from the reinstatement of master's pay. That's the beauty of DAE, we fight for everyone. This situation has been frustrating. Last spring, when master's pay was promised, we sat on the sidelines while policies were made. Then in September, new language in the budget implementation revealed a critical error. Only after the harm was done could we react. We didn't expect you all to be experts on our jobs, but we do expect you to recognize that we are the experts on our working conditions and our students' learning conditions. Had we been involved in crafting this policy, this mistake would have been avoided. How many more mistakes must happen before you recognize the value of collaboration? Imagine the possibilities if we worked together, crafting policies through a meet and confer process. The presentation tonight speaks of expanding master's pay. That is inaccurate. We are not asking for the expansion of master's pay. We are asking you to keep your word, correct the mistake, and fully reinstate master's pay for all those who are excluded. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. I am Tiffany Squire. I am a social worker at CC Spalding Elementary and at Creekside, and I'm ceding my time today to Megan Steelwagon.
Hi, everyone. My name is Megan Stillwagon, and I am the school social worker at Hope Valley Elementary and Rogers Her Middle School. I received my master's in social work from North Carolina Central University in 2022, and I'm also a licensed clinical social worker associate. This past May, I was in the middle of maternity leave when I came to a Board of Education meeting to advocate for the restoration of master's pay for all those impacted by the 2013 decision. My plan was to leave DPS after maternity leave because it was important to me to have a job that valued my work. When I heard the news that the Board of Education would be reinstating master's pay, I told my husband that I wanted to retire with DPS. In August, school social workers were asked to verify our master's degrees through a Google form, further leading us to believe we would receive master's pay. However, in September, new language was introduced saying it was only for classroom teachers. Then, on October 22nd, I received an email from a DPS executive congratulating me, stating that I had been submitted for master's pay. After reaching out to my social work colleagues, I learned I was the only one who received this email, and it was later confirmed that it was sent by a mistake. On October 29th, social workers received another email saying, quote, "Our advocacy had been rewarded and we would get master's pay." Hours later, we were told in emergency meeting that it was another mistake. Since May, DPS has told me 3 times that I would receive master's pay, only to retract it each time, twice in the same week. This has left my colleagues and me feeling deeply devalued and demoralized. Priority 3 of the DPS strategic plan is to recruit, support, and retain an exemplary staff. Choosing not to compensate DPS instructional support for our master's degrees directly opposes this priority. DPS will not retain exemplary staff if the staff do not feel valued or supported. We will leave, and ultimately the students will be the ones who are affected. This week, social workers were informed that the district must reduce the number of underinsured and uninsured students receiving co-located mental health services due to lack of funding. Last year, 109 students were funded, and this year only 43 will be served. This will disproportionately affect our immigrant population. Social workers will largely bear the brunt of this cut. Just yesterday, I was in a meeting where a teacher wanted a student referred for co-located therapy, but the student couldn't access services due to lack of insurance. And as a result of the meeting, it was concluded that I would be the one providing biweekly counseling instead, using my clinical license, which can only be obtained through a master's degree. It's crucial that we hire and retain highly qualified social workers now more than ever. When DPS justifies their decision to exclude us from deserved pay, what I really hear is it's not worth it to provide students with the mental health support that they need. If DPS truly valued this support, they would ensure fair pay for the mental health providers, pay that we not only deserve, but were promised months ago. My experience underscores the importance of having a meet and confer policy with our public school union, the DAE. Decisions impacting our working conditions and students' learning conditions should include our voices at the table. Let me be clear, we are not asking for the expansion of master's pay. We are asking you to keep your word, correct the mistake, and fully reinstate master's pay. Thank you.
Thank you. Megan Steelwagon, that was you, right? Okay, just making sure. Oscar Hernandez, Sonia Tallheimer, and Amanda Sale.
Hello, everyone. I am Oscar Hernandez. I'm a father of 2 DPS students. I'm a social worker in elementary school. I had the pleasure to work for Durham County for a while now. I've done over a decade of service in social services and made the decision to switch jobs because I want to be able to have a bigger impact in the community. Now I'm enjoying the 2nd year as a school social worker. I want to point out that as a social worker for social service, I enjoy yearly increases in my salary, and also as part of compensation studies, we were able to increase the salary just basis so it would be equitable to other agencies in the country. Now I'm enjoying working with families and students and doing a job where we focus on developing the student and the person. I decided to voice my concern to the community and this board because I've noticed how the impact of having coworkers being underpaid and feel like they're not valued as much as other professionals who are equally trained or perhaps less experienced than themselves are being paid the same amount or a little bit more just based on experience that they're coming from or the year that they received their degree in. The other factor that I would like to point out is that once a staff member feels like they're not being valued by their employer and do not feel welcome in their positions, they may feel like their job is not being valued, and therefore that contributes to the morale being lowered. That contributes to issues with retention. That contributes to the whole atmosphere at the schools or any job site being lowered. And unfortunately, people decide to leave because they want to have a bigger income. They want to have the comfort of feeling like your work matters. As a school social worker, I've had the pleasure of witnessing the great connection that our educators, all the staff that works within the schools, develop with the students and their families. It really warms my heart when I see that a student is really motivated just by the connection that they have with with a teacher or a counselor or someone in the staff, where they feel like they can go out and visit students can visit prior grade teachers and say hello in the morning. That comes with being able to retain our teachers, our educators, our staff, and that can only be achieved by having equal pay for the people that have the credentials and the training to receive it. We're not asking for the expansion of, may I finish? Thank you.
Please feel free to send your comments to us via email if you know.
Hi, I'm Sonia Tallheimer, and I cede my time to Amanda Sale.
Hello, my name is Amanda Sale, and I'm a school social worker in my 4th year at Durham Public Schools. I currently work at Murray Massenburg and Moorhead Montessori Elementary. Prior to becoming a school social worker, I worked as a licensed clinical therapist in community mental health. In 2021, I decided to leave clinical practice to work in the schools. Schools would allow me to work with families experiencing homelessness, my first interest, while still addressing social and emotional well-being on a broader scale. After I got hired, I learned it would be a pay cut since I would not be paid for my master's degree. But this was a job I felt called to, and talks were already happening about reinstating master's pay. In my 3 years as a 3+ years as a school social worker, I've built relationships with my colleagues, students, and their families. Some days I feel effective and fulfilled, and other days are remarkably heavy. When we learned that Durham approved reinstating master's pay for all those impacted by the 2013 decision this year, we were elated. Social workers, along with instructional coaches, are paid on the teacher scale. We are included in the teacher supplement and statewide teacher bonuses, despite the budget only saying teacher. However, we soon learned, along with instructional coaches, we were left out of master's pay. This was disappointing, and to be quite honest, felt disrespectful. Our role can feel very isolated and forgotten, not fully a part of any one school, and not having a counterpart to collaborate with on a daily basis. And this just reaffirmed that feeling that to the district, social workers are forgotten. Since the talks of reinstating master's pay became more frequent over the last year, I had a baby. Returning to work this school year was very difficult, and I questioned if it was worth it. I could switch to Wake County, where school social workers get master's pay and only have one school. I could work in private practice and earn more with a flexible schedule, but I committed to this job and these students, and it is what I want to do. Currently, I cover 2 schools and over 800 students. The National Association of Social Workers' recommendation for a school social worker is a caseload of 250. This year, I've been called multiple times to one of my schools on an off day to conduct a suicide safety assessment because no other trained staff were available. The only staff trained and allowed to lead a safety assessment are the school counselor, school social worker, school psychologist, or school nurse. All of these positions either require and are compensated for a master's degree or are paid on a higher scale to account for their education and expertise, except for the school social worker. A few weeks ago, we received an email informing us that our advocacy had paid off and we were getting master's pay. Again, a moment of excitement. Maybe now I'd feel comfortable paying for extra time at my baby's daycare so I didn't have to rush home when the last bus left. Maybe now we were being seen and respected for our role as mental health professionals. Within hours, we learned this was a mistake. We got an oops and a sorry, and we were left forgotten again. We are not here for the money. School social workers know we could make more elsewhere. We are here because we choose to be and because we believe in the public schools. All we are asking is to be seen and respected by more than just words, like our peers, for the expertise and education we bring to this role. We are not asking for the expansion of master's pay. We are asking you to keep your word, correct the mistake, and fully reinstate master's pay. Thank you.
Thank you. Natalie Gideon Cole, followed by Kiana Terry, Sydney Shilneck.
Good evening. My comments are short. My name is Natalie Gidney Cole. I'm a licensed clinical social worker, and I have worked for Durham Public Schools for almost 23 years. I'm a month short. I stand before you today to advocate for my colleagues, master-level social workers in Durham Public Schools who deserve to receive the master pay that was promised to them. It is essential to recognize that other professionals within the school, such as teachers and administrators, as well as psychologists within the school system who already hold master's degrees, receive this pay. Our social workers, like them, have invested significant time and resources to attain the advanced degrees, and they provide invaluable services to our students and communities. Social workers play a critical role in addressing the mental health needs of our students, facilitating crisis intervention, implementing programs that promote well-being and academic success. They are trained to handle complex emotional and behavioral issues, conduct assessments, and provide therapy. Although we do not formally provide therapy, we have the skills to do so, and those skills are used for our students. All these things that I just named require a master's degree and that expertise. Denying master's pay to social workers sends a message that their qualifications, our qualifications, and contributions are less valued than those of our peers. It's time to ensure that all professionals who elevate our educational environment are recognized and compensated fairly. Thank you for consideration. Again, we are not asking for an expansion of master pay. We are asking you to keep your word, correct the mistake, and fully reinstate master pay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Kiana Terry. I am a social worker by education and training. I'm also a DPS parent of 3. I provide co-located services for mental health services within Durham Public Schools 2 to 3 days out of the week at this time. And I just am here to advocate for the other social workers who act as the liaisons, the supports, and are in the schools on a daily basis. It's without their help and support and their knowledge of the students that we serve, the very necessary mental health services that we provide would be impossible. They are the experts in their schools, and the work that we provide is crucial. And social work is often an overlooked profession, but we are able to do so many varied occupations and in so many varied settings. And for social workers who desire to work in the public school system, it is a hard thing. But at the same time, because we're often overlooked and we're often undercompensated, the same social workers who are asking for their master's pay to go along with the other master's prepared individuals within Durham Public Schools, if they were to come and work in community mental health, such as myself, they would be able to earn anywhere from $40 to upwards to $100 or more per hour. So they're here because they want to be. And we're not asking for expansion of master's pay, but asking that you keep your word, correct the mistake, and fully reinstate master's pay for all eligible staff. Thank you.
Hello, I'm Sydney Schildneck, social worker at Parkwood Elementary. I got to work at 7 a.m. this morning, stayed past dismissal until 5:15, preparing for a holiday food distribution tomorrow, and drove straight here to give comment. I want to thank those of you who've made time to speak with me and my colleagues in smaller settings. I've shared in a previous meeting how it felt to be excluded from master's pay, even though we are paid on the certified bachelor's teacher's scale and hold advanced certification in school social work through DPI and highly relevant master's degrees. Something I didn't share was how last year, when I accepted the position with DPS, for 2 months, I was paid for my advanced degree at the S level. DPI shared my advanced certification with the district, and HR and payroll processed my advanced degree. It took 2 months for payroll to recognize the mistake, one I didn't know about. In October last year, I received an email telling me I had been overpaid, owed money to DPS, and my salary would be reduced due to the 2013 ruling. After 2 weeks with zero communication, I had to reach back out to ask about what the salary reduction would amount to and how much I would need to pay back. I was told I would owe the overpayment by the middle of November and to stay tuned. I was still not provided with an amount. I was not contacted again until January 8th. At this time, a payroll technician emailed to ask if she could remove the full overpayment amount from my single January 26th paycheck. After the holidays, they wanted to take the whole amount from my single check. It still makes me so mad to think about. Somewhat panicked, I asked if it would be possible to create a payment plan. And the technician responded saying that it would be easier to remove it in one lump amount and asked if she could remove it from my February paycheck. I responded that I understood it would be easier, but asked if it would be possible to split the overpayment. Finally, she conceded, taking half from my January check and half from February. This was all before everything came to light about the gross mismanagement of classified staff pay last January. At the time, I'd felt alone. It was so powerful to then be part of our union advocacy and celebrate the commitment to reinstate master's pay last spring. Until this fall, we were told we'd be excluded. It's why I came to speak last time. Then a few weeks ago, an HR representative who was on the very email chain informing me of my overpayment and salary reduction due to the 2013 ruling last October had to apologize to the master's level social workers after telling us that we were going to receive master's pay because she did not understand the ruling herself and believed that we were going to be able to be paid through DPI funds. The way that our finance and HR department do not understand our pay scales is unacceptable. The 20 to 35 certified instructional support staff affected social. Anyways, thanks.
Thank you. Deja Flife, Katina Broswell, JB Hallen.
Good evening. My name is Deja Flight, and I am the McKinney-Vento social worker for Durham Public Schools. I work with one of our most vulnerable populations, students and their families who are experiencing homelessness, who are in transition from their home. I graduated with my bachelor's degree from North Carolina Central in 2020. I graduated with my master's degree from North Carolina Central in 2021 during doing the advanced standing program. In doing so, I thought I would be fully compensated for my master's degree until I learned of the 2013 statute saying that if you did not have your degree or were taking a master's class before 2013, you would not be compensated for such, which is crazy because I was in middle school in 2013. So, but anyway, at the end of last year, when I first heard that we were going to receive master's pay, I was thrilled. Then when HR sent an email in August, I allowed myself to actually believe we were finally going to be compensated and recognized for our work, only to be told that we would not be receiving master's pay after submitting all of the information, even though we are considered teachers and our contracts state that as well. Then just a couple of weeks ago, we were also told that we would receive the master's pay again, but mere hours later, we were informed that it was a mistake once again. And it felt, as my colleagues have said, very disrespectful and almost a slap in the face that we are not valued. As social workers, we just don't hold a degree. We carry a deep responsibility. We are on the front lines of mental health, child welfare, healthcare, and many other vital areas, providing essential services to individuals and families facing their most difficult times. We help people by navigating crises, overcoming trauma, and building better futures. By earning our master's degree, we gain specialized knowledge and skills to guide people through complex situations and challenging circumstances. A master's degree is an investment in our profession and in ourselves. Yet despite this advanced training, many social workers remain underpaid for the expertise that we bring to our roles. It's time that we bridge the gap between the work we do and the compensation we receive. We are not asking for an expansion of master's pay. We are simply asking for you to keep your word, correct the mistake, and fully reinstate master's pay. Thank you.
Good evening.
Good evening.
My name is Katina Braswell, and I am the elementary school social worker at Durham Public Schools. I'm actually at two schools. I am a licensed clinical social worker, and I have been a licensed clinical social worker since 2006. I came to Durham Public Schools in 2010. I've been a social worker for many years. I've had over 20 years of experience. In my first role in Durham Public Schools, I was a school social work liaison. I was supervising a team of 12 individuals who worked in, did behavior support throughout the district. When I decided to come into the school as a school social worker, initially, I was not paid at my master's degree, although I had been working in Durham Public Schools since 2010. The change when I came to school social work was 2015. When I submitted all of my paperwork again and HR went through all my years, they qualified me as a master social worker. And then I was able to receive compensation. And I'm here to support my colleagues. I cannot imagine going to school, working hard, getting all those skills to be a master level school social worker, and then to be compensated at a bachelor level. I'm here to support them, and I'm here to concede the rest of my time to J.B. Howland.
Good evening, board members. I'm a little under the weather. That's why I'm wearing a face mask. Good evening, board members and Dr. Lewis. So my name is J.B. Howen. I'm the school social worker at Carrington Middle School. I first of all want to just say thank you to each and every one of you that have had conversations with me over these past few weeks. Those conversations have meant a lot. Thank you for hearing us out and just having those conversations with us. Tonight, there's going to be a presentation about the budget impact of local master's pay. I've already looked at the prepared slides that were posted on the Board of Education website, and I had some concerns that I did want to bring to your attention about those slides. I have them printed here. On slide number 2, it shows base salaries for classroom teachers and non-teaching certified roles. I think this slide is pretty misleading because it makes it seem that offering master's pay to school social workers and other instructional support staff would come with a higher price tag. I want you to please remember that certified classroom teachers and certified instructional support staff have the same salary schedule, okay? On slide 5, I find it very problematic that the language of expanding master's pay was used. We don't believe that what we're asking for is an expansion. We believe that what we are asking for is simply to fulfill a promise that was made to us in the spring semester. The wording on slide 5 also states that school social workers and other support staff are currently not eligible for master's pay. I find this statement concerning also because this was never decided upon by you, the Board of Education. This seems to have been a decision that was made arbitrarily by the HR department away from the eyes of the public, and it feels divisive and it feels unfair to my colleagues and I. I am truly afraid that if master's pay is not approved for school social workers and other support staff soon, you will have staff members leaving DPS for other nearby school districts. I already have some colleagues who have told me that if this is not passed before winter break, they will be leaving for job openings in Wake County Public Schools, which does offer master's level pay. Please remember the invaluable work of us school social workers, the work that we do on a daily basis. As many of my colleagues have already stated, we provide in-depth case management to students with complex mental health concerns and to families who are struggling with housing insecurity, unemployment, and a host of systemic barriers. We manage our school's McKinney-Vento and co-located mental health programs to ensure that kids have access to mental health, housing, and basic need resources. We work with numerous community partners and agencies to ensure our kids have access to the best resources that Durham County has to offer. We do all this, but in our opinion, this decision to exclude us from master's pay sends a clear message that we are not as valued as our classroom-based teachers. If DPS truly stands for equity, please ensure that our staff members who work with some of our most vulnerable students and families are compensated fairly. Finally, I want to reemphasize the same statement that many of my colleagues have stated today. We are not asking for an expansion of master's pay. We are simply asking that you keep your word, correct this mistake, and fully reinstate master's level pay. Once again, I thank you very much, all of y'all, for your time, and thank you for hearing us out.
Okay. Okay, next up is Sean Jones, followed by Jenna Crowther, then David Klein.
Okay. Good evening to the board, Dr. Lewis. I'm Sean Jones. I am a proud parent of two Jordan Falcons, Ella and Dasha. And I also have a DSA Knight who made her basketball team today, Nalea. So hey for you. And my day job, I am the Senior Southern Regional Manager for Highland Electric Fleets. So we partnered with Durham Public Schools last year to really electrify your transportation. And so we have a contract ahead of Durham right now to really think about the future. So I have some notes I definitely want to get in the record with you all. Excuse me. Fight the code. So as we are dealing with our current driver shortage, we have to also think about what's happening on the federal level. As we're starting to do this transition, Highland has been working with 60 different districts across the US, and we're seeing that the funding that will be available for the grants that you all have may be going away. And so we really want to make sure that you start thinking about what is the plan to move forward after we figure out about the current transportation issues. What are we going to do in the future? As I mentioned, DPS has this award with Highland where you were a partner. We had 11 districts that we partnered with to secure 97 buses from the EPA as part of $350 million that our organization has been able to secure. And with that, we also partnered with Charlotte Mecklenburg School District, KIPP Halifax, KIPP Durham, and all of those schools have actually decided to engage in projects with us. And so we want you all to start really thinking about, well, how do we make sure that our district, my district, is to be able to participate in those same type of opportunities. There's also an agreement, a grant you all have with Carolina Thomas. Want to make sure that we start thinking about how do we make sure that our students are going to have the safe, reliable transportation that they need and really to help with their clean air. I saw the Sunrise Movement students here. We are also part of that movement just to really make sure that we're thinking about the future. The best course of action that we're recommending to all of our districts now, and I made it a point to really come today because I know there's going to be a transportation update today. You should really consider what you want to do with the grants that you have. They may not be fully funded coming future. We all know kind of how everything is going, and I really want you all to start thinking about that. As I mentioned, our other partners, KIPP Durham, right up the street here, as well as KIPP Halifax, they signed with us this summer. They will actually have infrastructure deployed in Q1 of 2025, and they will have buses that are operational by the summer of 2025. So really want to make sure you think about that as well. Thank you.
Jenna Crowther, David Klein, Kelly Riley.
Good evening, Jenna Crowther. I'm here to discuss the transportation crisis that continues to impact my school community, Lakewood Elementary, and provide a few requests for you all as you receive the transportation update later this evening. Lakewood has one bus that has been canceled or significantly delayed 17 times this month. There have only been 12 school days so far this month, meaning this route has been canceled once or twice a day, every school day this month. While not an ideal solution, I would encourage you to approve a rotational busing schedule this evening. Such a schedule would allow our school community to more proactively organize to fill the gaps caused by the crisis and reduce the hours of drive time our principal and assistant principal are spending each day. And I didn't have this written into my comments, but those people are truly doing miraculous work, and I know it's happening across our schools. Second, if walk zones remain a possible option, I urge you all to please make a final decision on these tonight. Walk zones will create a new impacted population, and in speaking with our school administration team, will likely require more sustained engagement to ensure the members of our school community are properly clothed and equipped for winter walks and get safely to school each day. Making a final decision this evening would allow our school community to organize and assist well in advance of walk zones being implemented in January. I'll close with a comment I have permission to share from a fellow parent in response to a bus cancellation notification from our assistant principal. This was posted to Class Dojo earlier this week. It said, quote, "This is so sad. Me and the kids have been standing at the bus stop since 6 a.m. End quote. Thank you.
Thank you. David Klein, Kelly Riley, Rebecca McDonald.
Hello again, everybody. My name is David Klein. I'm a parent at Poe. Last week, I offered my time and my wife's
Can I ask
time.
you to adjust the mic a little closer, please?
That better?
Perfect, thank you.
Okay, good. You'll give me 10 extra seconds if I need. Okay, thank you. Last week, I offered my time and my wife's time to help families in need get kids to and from school when buses are canceled. We've since started organizing that effort at the grassroots and will continue to do so. But we and our burgeoning network of parents cannot solve this problem completely or permanently. There are still issues. You've heard much more about it tonight, and I now read excerpts from an email from my wife who went to a Spanish-speaking DPS event to get the word out about our efforts to help. This is 100% an equity issue. I went to a Spanish language DPS event on Friday evening, and many were concerned. One woman I spoke to said she spends $90 a week on Ubers at a Spanish-speaking DPS event. Another said her daughter and she are suffering from the unknowing. In fact, asked if I could drive her to school every day until the bus issues settled down, just so she knows she has a ride. This is truly a DPS Board of Ed issue and needs to be treated as the crisis it is. I shared with some folks that during COVID, Governor Cuomo was on TV every night explaining what was happening, what we still didn't know, and what we could expect tomorrow. That's the standard I would like to hold DPS Board of Ed to on this issue. Far too much opacity and hand waving and looking into, well, kids can't get to school, end quote. In closing, I would like to offer help. I'm a problem solver by profession. It's what I get paid to do. I've recruited a small group of professional problem solvers, and we're ready to help you pro bono solve the bus issue permanently and completely. The service DPS provides is invaluable, and the emergency nature of the bus issue is clear. Let us help. We're available tomorrow to get started. Thank you.
Thank you. Kelly Riley, Rebecca McDonald, and Eric Green.
Hi, can you hear me? My name is Kelly Riley. I have 2 students at DPS, and I was in North Carolina public school teacher for 13 years. So I'm here tonight to talk about the bus crisis, and again, kind of reiterate some points that have already been made tonight. One, it does need to be treated as a crisis, just like COVID. People need to be reallocated in their current positions to focus on the bus crisis. If kids can't get to school, can't do any of the other things that you want them to achieve. For my students, it's actually getting home that's the biggest problem. Like someone else just mentioned here, my day job is working on continuous improvement, so I have a few ideas. One, you talk to stakeholders who have a similar problem and get good ideas. We know this is a national crisis. Other districts and schools have made improvements in the area, just like the listening tour that you've done. Dr. Lewis, I suggest you do the same thing in reverse. So please start calling other districts about their bus crises and what they've been doing to get ideas. If you've been doing some of that already, you need to communicate it to us because the newsletters and things that we get are just basically being, we're basically being told it's a problem. We already know it's a problem. Number two, thank you for your patience and understanding. The problem is we don't need to be thanked for that because we don't have patience anymore and we don't have understanding anymore. So what I would like to hear in your communications is what you're doing about it. And I don't even care if you've tried things and you've failed. Tell us that. We've tried this, it didn't work. And now we're on to, solution Y and Z because X didn't work. But it feels like nothing is being done. Why it feels like nothing is being done is because when I call and tell about the problems at Creekside, and suggest, can you rotate the buses? Because one bus in particular is not run for several days for 3 weeks in a row, while others don't seem to be affected as much. I was told, well, we do implement that. Well, you're not at Creekside. I have the data to tell you. So obviously your own bus transportation is not aware of what's happening at each school each day. So another thing you need to do is keep data. You need data plan at every single school, what's happening with every bus to and from every day. Other people have already told you tonight, some buses are affected more than others. Do something about that. Some of them have worse patient populations that are being affected more. So what are you gonna do for that particular bus? Continuous improvement means you try one thing for one bus or one school. If it works, you have to try it at another school. But to just say it's too big of a problem, we can't do anything, isn't helpful.
Thank you. Rebecca McDonald, Eric Green.
Hi, everyone. I'm Rebecca McDonald. I have a son at Creekside Elementary, and I'm here to express my concern and hopefully offer some ideas for solutions for the bus driver shortage crisis. As mentioned, I've also tried to call and get data from the transportation department and couldn't. So we've been getting the data ourselves from SMS alerts. Creekside buses have been canceled 53 times and delayed 24 times this school year. On average, for the 6 buses that serve Creekside, the disruption is about 25% of the time, but that goes up to 43% of the time for minority and lower income students. So it's disproportionate. And there's only been 3 days this year where all 6 buses ran without issue. That's a 6% success rate. And I say this just because everyone's aware that there's a problem, but I think it helps to see the numbers, to see, is this a crisis? Is this, a small problem? I feel like it's a crisis. And what's also hard is the Creekside staff have to stay up to 3 hours after the end of the school day to watch kids whose parents can't come at a moment's notice. That happened 65% of the school days so far. I'm worried we're going to lose more members of our incredible staff if we don't find a solution. I wanted to thank each and every one of you because I know you have been thinking about this problem, and I do hear of steps towards long-term solutions. Coming up with a regular schedule of which routes will operate on which day would be incredibly helpful to spread it out and ensure that not one school or one route is struggling. And I would also appreciate prioritizing exceptional children and those who are from displaced housing, the McKinney-Vento students. In addition, I would ask you to consider a few other potential solutions in the continued spirit of equity. I think it's important that the district prioritize lower income students and lower performing schools. And for elementary schools, such as Creekside, there needs to be a coverage plan so that non-school-based staff is there and sharing the responsibility for late supervision for students who are waiting for transportation. And then the last thing is consider including principals in your problem-solving meetings. because they're your eyes and ears on the ground. And I think they bring some good things to the table. And I just wanted to conclude and say, as a parent, I deeply appreciate the efforts that you all are putting towards solving this, but I know that we can do better for our kids. This is an extremely urgent issue impacting our schools' ability to provide equitable access to education. Thank you for your time and your consideration.
Thank you. Eric Green?
Hi, I'm Eric. I'm a parent of 2 kids at Creekside. I'd like to thank you all for your efforts to try to resolve this bus issue. It's been a lot for parents and school staff. And we surveyed our community and heard from many who are struggling. Some are coping by paying for extra transportation and childcare. Others have shifted their work schedule, some to the overnight shift, just because of the uncertainty of the afternoons. Just today, I got a call at work that Annie was asked to get off the bus because there weren't enough seats. She's in 1st grade. So I had to leave work, and that's okay. I have a flexible job. I was able to do that. But to go over and get her because there weren't enough seats today. You know, this is exhausting for parents, but also school staff. What concerns me the most is it seems like crisis is becoming more of a norm than I think anybody would like. You know, we just lost 2 2nd grade teachers due to district issues. And, you know, those effects are felt throughout the school. Annie's class just welcomed a few more members from that class from another class in 1st grade because their teacher is now a 2nd grade teacher, right? So staff retention from all the speakers tonight seems like such a priority issue, and it's creating so much uncertainty. You know, it really seems like the bus driver shortage, which is the first thing I became aware of, is really a symptom of something bigger that's a challenge here. And my request is that you really work creatively with the school staff because they're overburdened. And, you know, Creekside in particular is in a hole academically. And I just don't see how we're going to get out of that hole if our administrators are spending every day focusing on a bus crisis, a teacher shortage. They need to be focused on how we're going to bring up our academics and better support our students. They're really good folks. And I just want to go back and clarify for Annie, I'm glad they pulled her off the bus and not another kid who is going to have a harder time getting home. I think they make the right calls, but they need more support on a daily basis from the administration. So thank you for your time.
Thank you. Thank you to everyone who came and offered public comment tonight and sat with us in the dark. We appreciate your commitment to sharing your thoughts with us. Ms. Carter-Otten.
I'd like to make a motion that we can reconsider the removal of master's pay from the agenda this evening.
Second.
It's been moved by Ms. Carter-Otten, seconded by Ms. Chavez to reconsider removal of the master's pay presentation this evening. Is there any discussion? Ms. Umstead?
And by reconsider, Ms. Carter-Otten, are you asking to put it back on the agenda?
I think that should be considered, given that it's getting hot in here,
It's
but
very warm.
But given that we now have interpretation services that we did not have before when we first revised the agenda, which was one of the main reasons we revised it. And given the public comments we heard this evening, it feels important to me. So I wanted to see if there's an appetite for that.
Ms. Byer?
I appreciate that we made, in this strange emergency of half power and no air conditioning and no knowledge of whether power is coming back, space for public comment. I do think that we have identified a time to give this more thorough discussion and more attention. And
I think the slides and the information is out for the public, but I don't see that there's decision or votes to take tonight. So I would still be in favor of leaving the agenda as it is. And yeah, I think that's what I would say tonight. And I'm so appreciative of the folks that have come to speak this evening and their willingness to organize and be here with us.
Colleagues, any further discussion? All those in favor of reconsidering the amendment, please say aye.
Aye.
And I vote aye. All those opposed, please use the same sign at this time.
No.
Okay. The motion to reconsider master's pay passes 6-1. And so we'll add it after the transportation section.
You still need, you still need a motion to add, to put it back on now, though.
Okay, I'm sorry.
I move that we put the master's pay agenda back on the agenda where it was.
Second.
It's been moved by Ms. Byer to put the master's pay back on the agenda where it was originally, seconded by Ms. Chavez. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, please use the same sign. Passes unanimously. Thank you. So the next item on our agenda is the consent agenda items.
Move approval of the consent agenda, items A, B, C, E, and F. Second.
It's been moved by Ms. Byer, seconded by Ms. Carter Otten to approve the consent agenda items as amended. Is there any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed say no. It passes unanimously. Thank you. Dr. Lewis, transportation update. I'm sorry, Dr. Webb, transportation I said I was gonna remember by Wednesday. I didn't. Dr. Webb, welcome.
Thank you very much, and thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, board members, Dr. Lewis, we have we're going to present an amended presentation to you tonight. I apologize. We had a presentation that spoke of all of our initiatives that will take us through January, but due to our present conditions, we are going to ask Mr. Matthew Palmer to come forward and speak to you specifically about the shared responsibility buses, bus routing, and he will tell you, but I'll give you a heads up that the timeline of this is after this evening's discussion decision, we are prepared to move forward with communication to parents, and Matthew will tell you when everything will get started. So Mr. Palmer, if you could join us, please, we'd love to have you. I apologize. I would be remiss. Several of our transportation team members are here as well to provide support and further information if needed. So, Mr. Palmer.
Thank you, Dr. Webb. Good evening, Chair Rogers, Superintendent Lewis, members of the board, and the Durham community. We have a sort of an abbreviated presentation this evening, and I would ask if we could pull up the slides for the board packet. With me this evening as well is Ms. Tammy Phillips, our operations manager here in transportation. Tammy has been working with our team and directly with me on the rotational coverage plan, and we'll get into some of those details tonight. Let me open by saying what's that? Let it be. Okay.
Madam Chair, we lost the air conditioning with the power outages, so those windows may be open to keep it from being stuffy in here.
These requests to open more.
Ma'am.
The presentation that we have prepared this evening is a total of 21 slides. We are going to focus primarily on the immediate action steps that are within our control within transportation. And that has to do with our day-to-day service plan and coverage. There are additional opportunities for the board and the administration to support transportation. We will, I believe, be coming back to go deeper into those options and choices ahead for us as a community. So with that, let me name that this is not an easy time for transportation. This is not an easy time for DPS. We are all on the team together. Next slide, please. We are going to focus on a particular solution that is for immediate action. We want to make sure that we are comprehensive in our communication and awareness with the public, with parents, administrators, schools, and our staff and bus drivers. We'll review at a high level kind of where we're at with our recommendations and then answer any immediate questions you may have. Next slide, please. Next slide. Okay, so as I referenced tonight, we've been asked to particularly focus on phase one for implementation starting December 2nd, 2024. When we met last 2 weeks ago, we discussed rotational coverage and the opportunities to ensure that the shortages that we have from a staffing and service level are a shared community opportunity to provide transportation service to all families. We'll go into that tonight. We will be back to talk in more depth about phases 2 and 3. That has to do with managing our ridership and routing, as well as our overall workforce development intentionality. Next slide, please. Next slide. One more, please. Thank you. So with that, for phase one, the rotational coverage plan, we can go to the next slide. So presently we have 17 buses that on a daily basis, we do not have a dedicated driver for. That is a consistent level of coverage. That is a gap. That is an issue. We talk about what those buses are, what those bus numbers are. The challenge point is that when we look at the constructs of equity and shared accountability, opportunity, we are intentional about saying with the limited resources that we have a chance to distribute that shortage across and make sure that the resources that we have are shared amongst all DPS families, scholars, and students. When we talk about a shared solution for all, what we are saying here is that we have enough bus drivers that on any given day, if we hold back a set number of bus routes, so on Monday, there's 25 bus routes that won't be carried, a different set on Tuesday, a different set on Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday. Holding back those bus routes allows us to, number one, ensure that every designated EC bus runs and operates. Number two, that as we have the shortage of drivers that we do, that we have staffed positions in the seats of buses. And what we heard tonight, and I think what we hear often every day, Ms. Phillips talks to no less than 20 parents a day, is the predictability and advanced notification of, am I going to have bus service on this particular day? That's paramount for families to be able to plan their lives. We hear that, we receive that, and we want that same thing for everyone. Where we are trying to get, I never want to take my eye off the ball and the prize, is to get every kid to school on time on a consistent basis. That is the long-term goal for all of us, for the other things that we want to do. What we need right now is a few weeks to be able to do the actual routing, the route updates, the ridership updates, the optimization, and quite frankly, to take the recent ridership updates that we've received from our bus drivers. We talked about that 2 weeks ago. We now have that information, and Ms. Fullwood is matriculating that and working with our data managers and Power School on how many riders we actually have. But it's going to take us the bulk of December to fix the routes, if you will. What we need then, and what we're proposing to work with our school leaders on, parents on, and the community on, is saying, of the resources that we have, we're going to ask each requested family in DPS that has asked for bus service for 1 day a week for 3 total weeks. So for 3 days, please find an alternative means to arrive at school for that one day. So we have worked with public affairs on this. We have worked with school leaders on this. We have worked with our bus drivers. We brought all of our bus drivers together to review what this would mean, not just from a service side, but a workforce demand labor side as well. This is going to take all of us to do, but what it does allow us to do is ensure that we are able to provide families coverage. If we have 5 days in a week, we can give you a bus ride 4 consistent days. The day that we cannot, we will let you know that in advance, and that is ready for publishing and public consumption. So we've been working with public affairs on that. This is in total across 3 tiers. And again, we carry 165 routes, so do the multiplying out. You'll remember we're in the 800s as far as the total number of routes. We're trying to simplify what is very complex and make it accessible, digestible for families to know, what does this mean for me and my child? What it would mean is, and I'm going to use a scenario here, if I ride bus 100, we're going to ask you for the next 3 Mondays, starting after the Thanksgiving break. For those 3 Mondays, if you can find another alternative means, we are not going to run buses on that Monday. But Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday, we have you, and we can ensure proactive communication and predictability. Ms. Phillips is here with me as well. Part of what I want to say here while I just have this moment is that the third point here, the communication and the trust building between stakeholders is paramount. We want our kids to get to school in the worst possible ways. What that has also meant is that we're trying everything that we can, and sometimes trying so hard that there's no one to answer the phones and there's no one to fix the bus routes. This gives us that time to ensure that people are in their positions to do the deep work that we need to do to get it right when we come back after the holiday and the new year. So with that, I'm sure you have some questions. We're here to answer those. The remainder of the slides we are going to be coming back on very shortly to go into phase 2 and 3 as far as what we get on the other side of this. This is a very temporary tactical patch that gives us the time for longer term solutions. With that, I'll ask to go to the next slides. And you can cycle through to the end here. We have a discussion slide and we'll remain for any clarifying questions.
Colleague,
Yep, you can keep going through the other slides. Thank you. Sorry.
you're fine. Thank you very much for that presentation. Colleagues, initial questions. Yes.
Madam Chair, I do apologize. We wanted to point out, we also have considered the absence recording for students who miss because of buses. And we have had extensive conversation with cabinet and with our building level administrators. And we've initiated a new level of coding so that if a child misses school, is late to school, if there's any attendance issue, we have a special area of coding, and we're going to move backwards in time and try to work with our data managers so that our children don't suffer as a result of missing bus, not having a bus, or those types of things. So that's part of this as well. And that information is going to be disseminated as well it's already been disseminated to our principals. My apologies.
Thank you. Ms. Chavez?
I'm going to keep this short. Thank you. That actually addressed one of my questions. The remainder of my question, most of them I'm going to save for when we do a deeper dive on December 2nd. I just want to ask, in the rotational coverage, is there any way to ensure that the buses that we heard about today that where kids are not going to school for 2 weeks, can they run every day? The answer is no, then that's okay. But I'm just thinking about kind of compensating for that loss of time.
And if I may, Mr. Palmer, yes, ma'am, we discussed that, and we decided to approach it from every bus to try to give us as broad a coverage as we could, because if that bus, and yes, we'd love to be able to say, here's 5 days for, but the planning level of that is just incredible. This consistent, and this is a short-term fix anyway, so we're going from potentially 0 days of coverage to 4. So in an effort to try to be as equitable as possible to everyone, we did not pursue that option at this point.
All right, we're gonna move right down the line. If that's okay, Mr. Tab, Ms. Carter Otten, then we go to Ms. Byer, Ms. Harold, Ms. Umstead.
Oh, thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair. Questions about the rotation. I know that the concern is for those students who've been getting buses, now they may fall into that their buses are not coming. Is that what I'm hearing with the rotation?
So clarify, if we were to walk out a student that has been riding bus 100 and that bus has a dedicated, consistent driver, we're going to ask that driver, as well as those students, for 1 day a week for those 3 weeks, that we're not going to carry that route as scheduled normal. And that driver will effectively serve as a substitute driver for the buses that don't have dedicated drivers. That is how we're balancing that out. So yes, to your question, if we have a route that has been consistently carried, this is going to be a different level of service for those 3 weeks for families.
And have we expressed that to families where if that's going to happen, those families that can take their children to school, would that be a better option? If they know what the date is and when that's going to happen?
That is the intent. Yep.
I just wanted to be on record. Thank you.
Ms. Carter Otten.
I was wondering, thank you, Mr. Palmer, what kind of support can be provided to schools for the next few weeks? As we heard tonight in public comment, and we've been receiving email messages about, I'm sure you've heard about this, not having buses is placing a burden on our school staff. So is there anything that y'all have been discussing or that's been discussed in cabinet around how to support the school staff for those, if it's going to be, because now as we just noted, there's now going to be students that had 5-day-a-week bus coverage, and now they're not going to be having it for 1 day. And then there's still going to be the students that haven't had it, and they're still going to not have it for the 1 day. So they're still going to be hanging out at school, waiting for a ride for hours while our administrators hang with them. So what can we do to support them, and what's been discussed along those lines?
And if I may, thank you, Ms. Carter Alton. We did discuss this in cabinet, and we also, when we met with all of our principals yesterday in a mass Zoom call, there was discussion of some potential ideas. No action taken at this time, but there was some internal brainstorming of how this school would handle it, how this school would handle it. Hey, I think I can do this kind of thing. It is a shared responsibility, it is a shared burden. And again, hopefully temporary. We're going through December 20th. So the principals had some discussion on that yesterday. And again, we offered some guidance as well.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Other questions are just following up on some other things that thinking about this as a crisis and an urgent need. I'm excited to hear about the more longer term solutions coming in a couple of weeks, but wanted to follow up on if we could hear anything about hiring training updates, that just maybe a sentence or two if.
Sure, yeah. We actually just Monday, our next round of classroom training for drivers in the queue. And we've got, as you can see in the board packet, we've got quite a few folks in Durham that want to join us in bus driving. We continue to work with DMV on those bottlenecks, particularly the last steps when it comes to road testing and the actual issuance of the license itself. So I'll just point to the board packet itself and our workforce development planning. Much of those investments that we've done within transportation are bearing fruit as far as supporting our drivers that want to come with us. It is those DMV bottlenecks, and that is no excuse. That is just merely a reality of how quickly can we bring in more of as we take on the behind the wheel training, that frees up DMV to do more of the testing. And so when you see on that slide, there is a slide there that shows, we've got 6 folks that are just about ready to join our fleet. All of these deposits are going to help us. What I would also add to that is you can see in that slide as well, and you asked for a few sentences. I realize that, and it's a big topic, and we care a lot. The journey to go from interested in driving to driving behind the wheel for DPS is a journey that is 35 steps long. We have found some innovative shortcuts. We are taking a leadership in the state to accelerate that, but it is still a process that there are steps we cannot skip.
Thank you. And we had also talked about those that are already on our staff who are already CDL holders. And I'm wondering how conversations are going with them, or how conversations are going amongst y'all about the possibility of having some of them drive temporarily while we're in crisis mode.
Yes, ma'am. Great question. So that is one of our topics for future discussion. The team has been focused on really the rotational coverage, the next 2 options the other 2 options that we'll be sharing with you. Turning the lights on, we've been working on that. And so that is a topic for future discussion. One thing that I did want to point out too, the board asked previously to put out a message to see if parents could accommodate if you can accommodate and help with taking your child off the bus temporarily, transporting your child, please do so and let us know. The last number I got, that after that message did go out, and I believe my last number that I saw, and it could be up or down, we had 11 families say we can help, we'll take her. So that's working on that same number on the both ends. But as far as the staff members, we've not pursued that yet.
Can I ask a follow-up on that? Yep, that's 11 was reported. I made a request personally. How do parents know if that was actively done? Because I'm like,
if they lost their bus stop.
right, if we're actively removed, because you're stating 11. I'm still getting the notifications from Edgelog.
Can we ask a question?
Absolutely.
So it is imperative. The flow with data itself comes from Power School into our TIMS bus routing database, if you will. Did you make the requests at the school level or with
The
who?
email said to contact the data manager.
Okay.
And I emailed who I think might be the data manager, but I have no idea if they're still the data manager for the school.
Yes, ma'am. And as our staff is processing that would be updated in Edulog. But to that answer, I need to get more information on that to fully answer your question. I'll do that.
I'm not sure that we need it so much as it needs to go
Absolutely.
out
Fair enough.
about who to contact. Does that make sense?
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
I wonder, I saw the 11 in the the responses that you sent us via email, and my thought was, I mean, maybe there's just 11 parents who are able to opt out, but I wonder if it's more about the communication about it and the logistics than it is about there being only a few. So just something to consider about how that message is going out and how challenging it is to opt out. But just to follow up on thanks for the response about the CDL holders that are currently on staff. That does feel like something we could be doing with more urgency to address the urgent situation now, in addition to planning for long term. But thank you.
Thank you.
Ms. Byer.
I want to thank the public speakers that came to share with us tonight. I think it is fair to say that this district and our leadership team and this board share an understanding that this is a crisis for our community, and we are focused on any ways and creative ways that we can solve this together with our community. So I appreciate the complexity of the work that you all are doing for this rotational coverage. I know that it is an incredibly difficult puzzle to piece together, and it is an extra ask for our drivers to learn routes that they are not familiar with and students that they don't have built relationships with. And I want to appreciate the ways that they are stepping up for us again and again. We've had folks call on us to ask our central office staff and folks that aren't assigned at the school level specifically to call for those folks that have CDLs and put them on routes quickly. I personally would be in favor of some acceleration of making sure that everyone that doesn't have direct student responsibilities but does possess a CDL could join us in that. I think it shows the kind of leadership that we want to reflect to the community. And when we're saying in here that we prioritize EC designated routes and McKinney-Vento students, is that we are planning for 100% coverage?
Correct, yes.
I just want to affirm and confirm that. And I appreciate that this option is here through December 20th. And I want to be realistic that it may go into the new year in my way of processing and thinking. I think it may be a bridge, but it may need to be a longer bridge. And if we can be honest with families that may be something that we need to continue, I think families will appreciate at least having that information as soon as we can get that to them. Can you speak, Mr. Palmer, to some of the emails folks track the bus movements on their phones and on their apps and think that things don't make sense and they interpret, mismanagement and bad routing. Can you speak to some of the things that they might see that are actually safety decisions that we've made about where we put stops and things like that might not always look logical when you're tracking a bus on an app? Is that, some of the guidelines for safety that you all do use in planning routes?
I can speak at a high level. And I do understand at times many of us are parents, many of us are looking at the same resources, that it may look illogical. For example, and I'll walk out a hypothetical with you, is one of the routing techniques that we have is called it's actually called the stick and lollipop, right? You go out and you get your furthest away students first, oftentimes in a neighborhood that might be 5 or 10 miles away from the school itself. And in doing so, you're passing other students, but you're getting them on the return leg back to the school itself to minimize the amount of time that students are on the bus. There are many instances with that, and I would add that our routes are not perfect. We worked feverishly as a community to assign students to buses. We've talked about the history of that. I won't go into it right now. I will just simply say this month of December, and we'll go shorter than that. This time window that we're in right now, Ms. Fullwood is also here with us tonight, and we are laser locked on the two inputs: ridership updates, and those are improving as families are calling in, making additional efforts to say, I may not need that bus. If we can manage our ridership on one level and at the same time be as efficient as possible with our routing, right? And I'm saying that out of, forgive me, but not just the existing routes as they are designed. We cannot, that is, in our work, it is perpetual work. Until the last day of school, we're continuing to optimize and improve our route designs. But we also start on those route designs the year prior to. We started in 23-24, getting ready for the 24-25 school year. This time last year, we were doing bus stop reviews and bus stop consolidation to emphasize pedestrian safety for our kids. We've been trying to be very intentional about putting bus stops where kids can get to them. Now, as I will say, and I must continue to say and own it for the entire group, our routes are not perfect, our stops are not perfect, and we have work to do. And many of the folks that are doing the work, that need to do the work, if they're out driving buses because of our shortage, that is creating a perpetual problem.
And if I may add, Ms. Byer, many of the routes and the methods for routing are done through the TIMS process, which is set up by the state. The link between bus
Dr.
stops.
Webb, can I ask you to adjust your mic just a little closer? Thank you.
I'm not accustomed to people wanting to hear me speak, so thank you, Madam Chair. So Ms. Byer, in addition to what Mr. Palmer shared, the routing is guided by TIMS, the system that we use from the state, and the guidance for where the stops are is given to us, the length between stops. It's not door to door, certainly. It's utilizing those. But I can tell you this is day 4, and I've already been a part of 2 different conversations about changing routes to meet the needs of our students. So to Mr. Palmer's point, it is a work in progress and it never stops.
Thank you. I will say that, you know, as we consider this and other difficult decisions for this board, we do share your need to get us back to 100% coverage and with extra substitutes and prevent this problem going forward. But I appreciate making hard decisions and communicating this information to our families so that we can reduce the impact that has been disparate across the community. Thank you.
Ms. Harold Goff.
Thank you. All of the questions have come down, and so I've had an opportunity to try to tweak, but Ms. Byers touched on this about the potential of coverage being extended into the 3-week, rotational coverage extending into January after break. What is the likelihood that that could happen? What would cause us to, like, what is the next steps after the 3 weeks? I know that'll be a later conversation, but, and so that's the first part. And the second part is, will communications roll out about rotational coverage, like, after this meeting so that families can begin to, and communities can begin to have time to organize around the day that they're not going to have coverage? I think a lot of families are anxious to begin that organizing for coverage.
Thank you. Let me start with the second part of your question. Ms. Cooper, I think you can help us with a timeline on the notification.
Good evening, everyone. Yes, we are prepared to begin sharing communication with families tomorrow. We have developed a comprehensive communication plan that not only starts at the district level, but is filtered down to the school level with messaging that our principals can share. We even have little postcards that we're going to print and make sure our bus drivers can pass them out to kids next week as they get on and off their buses to make sure their parents get that information. We will be communicating with our families throughout the Thanksgiving break to ensure that when they come back on December 2nd, they are aware of the rotational schedule and the day in which it will impact their family, and they will be responsible for getting their students to and from school.
The showcase of schools.
We do have our showcase of schools this Saturday, plug. We're certainly welcome all of our families to attend, and we can ensure that we have additional information on hand for families at that event as well.
Thank you, ma'am. And the answer to your question is, I think possibly the best answer we can give you is we sincerely hope that this is a short-term fix. But to your point, Mr. Palmer mentioned that during that time, the transportation department, and specifically the routers, are not sitting idle. They're moving, trying to accommodate the post December 20 world, and between all of the efforts and then clearing up the number of actual riders, the actual needs, make sure we have maximum use of our bus space, not overcrowded, but make sure we're not undercrowded. All of that is going to be that 3 weeks that they're working for. During that process, again, we're very optimistic that 3 weeks will be enough. If that changes, that process will drive that decision, and we'll bring that back to cabinet to discuss, and then we'll bring it back to the board.
All right, thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Ms. Umstead.
Happy to go. I didn't know if there's any other comments on Ms. Harold before we go. All right. Thank y'all for the presentation and kind of this immediate next steps. I think that's really helpful. 3 December dates, having cards for the buses and multiple means of communication. I think that's really good, so we can get that out there early, so families that can plan ahead. I think one of the things, and I'm also glad to hear about the different coding for attendance. At some point, I'm curious to know how much instructional time was missed, and by who, from this. Well, that's a different conversation, I think, for a different day. I think one thing I just want to add for future presentations, these are like immediate fixes, but there are other, I feel like, immediate fixes that I just want to make sure we're moving and having traction on. And so thinking about, you mentioned this, Mr. Palmer, many of the folks who are responsible for the routing and answering the phones are driving the buses, and we need temp workers or temp folks for the next 2 weeks so that we can make sure this is straight and make sure whatever the next plan in January is straight. Like, I would want us to start implementing that soon. And if it's happening, then maybe that also just needs to be in the slides. Here's what we did this week. We hired back temp workers for this to make sure we have time for that. I just think, again, some of our public speakers name this, but I think it's important for the public to know all the different pieces that are going into this. I think a little bit too about the recruitment efforts where for people who already have CDLs, and I don't know if we've done I know there's a longer process for you to get a CDL to become a bus driver. If I already have a CDL and I'm like, I can sub, is that a shorter process? I'm gonna assume yes, but can you tell me maybe how long might that take for you to get onboarded and ready to drive?
And because we have her in the room and she is an expert, I'm actually going to ask Ms. Phillips to join me on that one. And I name it because Tammy has been one of the bedrocks of transportation and works consistently with that driver licensure. Tammy.
Good evening, everyone. And yes, that process is a little shorter if you have a CDL, and you are hired in the district. You don't have to go through the background and so forth, but you do still have to go through the drug testing. You still have to have your DOT physical if that is not up to date, or a pocket card is not up to date. It could be a matter of a month, maybe less, depending on that endorsement that you have or don't have, or that DOT that you do or do not have.
I appreciate that. That's really helpful. Because it just makes me wonder who already has a CDL that might can get in the pipeline in the next 2 weeks, who will be ready to drive in January. And so I'm, wondering about, have we talked to the city or Triangle bus drivers who might want to drive, or Duke or whoever that could pick up some extra routes? And if that's happened, please let me know. But I think having more of that communication again out, because those feel like some immediate steps to help relieve some of where we are. I
Yeah,
see some head nods, so please, yeah.
Yeah, I believe the part of the problem is that you have folks with the CDL. They have them. And what I have found, and when I get the calls, is that they have dropped that P endorsement, or they've dropped that S endorsement, and they have one or the other, or they've let their DOT lapse. And so yes, they may have that CDL, but they're not actually can go on a bus today. So we are working to try to get some help from that end.
Yeah, and I think as much communication about that as possible is just helpful I think for me as a board member, I'll say, maybe also for my colleagues, but for the public to know this many calls, this many folks, that kind of thing. And then I also just want to highlight, sorry, none of these things are in the presentation, but there's things I'm curious about, is improvement to parent communication. I think the plan that was laid out around the rotational coverage was really good, but we talked previously about when buses aren't coming and parents are getting that message in the middle of the day, how do we make sure that message is succinct, it's clear across the district, there's some care with that message that gets sent out? Because I know we've seen variety. Just been going out. Is there any movement on that part?
There has. And I want to thank Ms. Cooper. In public affairs, we have a communications template that we've been working between our area staff. Ms. Phillips, as a veteran of our area leadership team, is working with our area managers on how we communicate to parents. That consistency is important, not just from the timeliness, but the content. And I will name again that there is so much that we are aware of that occurs when we can't carry a bus route, that at times that communication comes out late or it comes out in a fury, and it is because it's a last minute notification that that driver isn't able to come in for that shift. And so sometimes what we see on the communication side is also a function of we're trying so hard to not cancel a route or not carry a route that it comes across as delayed. So those standards, the template that we're working with public affairs and our area staff on, you know, we want to be clear and concise. And at times, you know, I'm sure you're aware that we can send contradictory messages because we're trying to be as communicative and real time with our parents as possible. But that can lead to inconsistencies in communication. We're aware and we're working on it.
Awesome, thank you. One last question, I think. In the rotational coverage, we do believe we're gonna be able to cover more routes. Is it still a possibility that routes could be canceled? Like, will we have enough drivers that it's pretty sure between subs and other folks that and I don't wanna commit to 100% because we know things could happen, but do you feel better about more routes being covered, or do we still feel like, you know, even in the rotation, you might have multiple buses not showing up one day?
Right. Well, straightforward question. I'll try very
Yeah.
hard to be straightforward in the answer. The intent for us, number one, is our EC designated buses that we are committing to saying they get carried 100%. With the rotational coverage then for our traditional buses, what that does do now is for the first time this year, we will have actual subs that if there are two drivers that are out that day, that is braided into our flexibility. We're coming into the holidays, we're coming into a time when folks are getting sick. Our bus drivers have high exposure to all children. Bus drivers are in contact with 300 children a day. So I name that out of the vocation itself is going to be a high risk position. We are hopeful, we are excited about the fact that this will amp up our ability to hold the commitment, the expectations we've communicated to parents. And we have to be realistic that there may be a route that we can't carry, but what we are also learning from this is the proactivity in communication. When we know, as soon as we know, we have to make sure folks know so they can plan their lives accordingly. So the two comments go hand in hand, the communication along with the predictability.
Thank you. I appreciate that. And sorry, I take it back. I have one more because what you were sharing brought another question for me. Just thinking ahead a little bit and what we need to be able to communicate with families. You know, what do we anticipate in January, and when do you need kind of board movement to be ready to communicate that, especially considering we have, winter break coming up? Are we talking January 2nd? Or are we talking the semester shifting that we might see more changes? I feel like we're almost there. So how do we go ahead and anticipate what might be coming in January?
Sure. And I think we have to take tonight's developments in stride, as we've learned to do in these times. The topics for board action will influence the RAD updates and maintenance that we're looking at right now. Ms. Foodwood would tell you that our updates to the routes will be impacted by other features that are under consideration for phase 2. Some of those are board actions that we cannot take in isolation. So the sooner we have clarity on those other steps and those other options, that will amp up our ability to be clear-eyed about what January looks like. And so I would name that. I know that we're all focused on solving problems here, and that's what we're here for.
And you might not have the clear answer to this one yet. Is January, you all thinking January like when we return from break, or are we thinking kind of semester shift?
At this point, we don't have an answer to that. We're using the term, the January. Could it be semester shift? Could it be right after Christmas? That rerouting process, the same question that was asked, what is the possibility that, we might have to go with shared coverage? All of that's it all blends in together. Phase 1, 2, and 3 are fairly well connected. There's right now, there's very soon, and there's after that, and then there's next steps. So I apologize, we don't have a concrete date at this point, but as soon as we absolutely can do that, that is what we hope to do. And effectively communicate it before we start.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Thank you.
Thanks. Okay. Thank you, everybody, Ms. Phillips, Mr. Palmer, Dr. Webb for being here and engaging us in this discussion. One email that we received talked about parents are tired. And I want to acknowledge that I get it. Parents are tired. I'm a parent, I'm a board member. I'm tired. You all are tired. Mr. Palmer, all the transportation staff, bus drivers, Director Harris, who's not here. But I want to acknowledge that y'all are also working tirelessly, and we're grateful for that work. And we can see that coming to fruition in these presentations and as we move forward. And I want everybody to know, the public to know that my colleagues and I are asking questions and we're trying to get as much information as possible so that we can make the best and most informed decisions. We hear y'all, we hear you, and we feel you. And our staff is doing a great job in trying to get us the information we need to make that decision. I had a couple of clarifying questions. Particularly, Mr. Palmer, you said it will take a bulk of December to reestablish the routes so that you can ensure coverage for 4 consecutive days and make sure everything is accessible and digestible. My clarifying question around that is, you've already created the 4-day calendar. That's sort of what's being communicated tomorrow. What are you reestablishing in December?
One clarifying word, and if I misspoke, I'll own it. It was, we need the bulk of December to be ready for the 5-day coverage plan. So the route packages that we have now, we built all of last year getting ready for the opening of schools. Then as students requested service, remembering that there's a fixed capacity on a bus. So as we're adding kids in, the routes make less and less sense because there's more kids than the buses can carry. What we need December for is the recalibration and the reset of saying, what are our real riders as of December 2024, not as of August or as of June, what we had originally designed the routes for. This month of December is our bring it in, lock the door, and let's figure this out from the route combinations, not only from and that's for the staff to say, it's not an actual locking of the door, but let us circle the wagons and leave the month of December with clean routes, clean that they can be. So when we come back from the holiday, and again, other decisions the board may make will influence that route design. That is one of the things that we're trying to lift up to Dr. Webb's point, that they're connected.
That is helpful. I don't think that I quite understood that when parents were adding stops after the deadline, you all were just sort of emergency-ish putting people on the bus and not rearranging the route. And so now understanding that, I understand what changes need to be made to make those routes more effective. That's helpful. I'm looking forward to seeing this schedule. In my head, I've envisioned it as sort of like the lunch menu that could be placed online and you see what schools, what buses don't have service. Is that what it's going to be like?
Without speaking for Ms. Cooper, or maybe I'll just hand it right over to Ms. Cooper.
Oh, thank you. Sorry, I didn't realize.
And while she's coming up, to your point, Madam Chair, and Ms. Umstead, your question, I was corrected by Ms. Cooper. Her communications, we will be communicating whatever's happening in January before the children go home. Is that so? Wherever we are, they'll know before they go home for Christmas. Is that Did I get that right?
Thank you, Dr. Webb. Yes, we understand the importance of families having information in a timely manner so that they can make the necessary decisions. I think it is important that we prioritize getting any type of update to our families prior to winter break so they have that time to make any type of adjustment or make any accommodations to their schedules for whatever January looks like, what we determine and how we determine to move forward to continue to solve this issue. But back to the schedule, yes, it does kind of look like a lunch menu of sorts. But as you know, that this is a district-wide distribution of the rotational schedule. And in our workshopping with how it could be easily digested by our families, sometimes it was not easy to put the list of schools, the bus numbers, because they serve multiple schools. So what parents will see is a chart, and it has a group A, B, C, D, and E. If your child's bus number is in group A, your rotational day is Monday. That means you will provide transportation to and from school for your student on December 2nd, December 9th, and December 16th. Group B is Tuesday, Group C, Wednesday, D, Thursday, and E on Friday. And so that is what parents will see tomorrow when they receive communication. Of course, it will be posted on our website, and we'll have that information in multiple places that they can access.
Thank you. And does that mean a parent with students at multiple schools need to look for all their buses in different groups?
Potentially. Mr. Palmer can speak to how those buses were organized and how they were placed in those various service rotation days. But yes, if a parent has a child who rides bus 29 and then they have a child who rides bus 39, they will need to look for 29 and 39 in that chart to determine what group they're in the rotational day.
That is helpful. Thank you.
Yes.
And then I think my last question, I'm incredibly privileged to have been able to spend my time with my son in the car to and from school. It has been a pure pleasure taking him off of the bus. He, on the other hand, is eager to get back on the bus. So when parents have opted out, do we have a timeline for which we are going to say, parents, thank you so much for opting out? Or are we asking them to opt out for the rest of the year? Like, is there a time when we're inviting them back?
I'm an old biology teacher, so I'll talk about the fluid mosaic and just say that I'm not trying to be cute. I'm trying to say in true words, and Annie's in the hallway, she would tell you too. We get 100 kids a day that will come and go from transportation service. We want to bus them all, right? And it is that spirit that kind of, I'll just name it, like we got a big wave and we tried to put them all on at the same time. What we are naming here is that for families that opt out, you always have the option, if something changes in a life circumstance, that is not a licked envelope that's sealed. We're here to support your child and your family. Now, it will take time to get them back on the bus. You'll have to work through the data manager at your school level to make sure that the right data entries are there and that they're done through our procedure. But we will be in position to add students back on should the need arise.
Is there an ideal time, like February, March? Are you just ready? I don't know.
I don't believe Madam Chair, I don't believe we've set a time frame or
Okay.
an end game on that. But at any time, the same parent
Okay.
that said we opt out can call back and say, we really need to do this. Personally, I would like to invite them all to sign up for a bus class too, to drive a bus. That would be helpful too, but not everybody can do that. But yes, ma'am, I think we'll work with families as we do on a day-to-day basis.
Thank you all again. And Ms. Fullwood, I didn't mention her. I really appreciate all the work that y'all are doing. I know my colleague, Ms. Chavez, had another question. Ms. Byer after Ms. Chavez.
I just wanted to see if a motion was needed to move forward the rotational coverage, or if that's already happening. That's already gonna happen. Okay, great. And then are we, Do we need to make a motion about walk zones if we're gonna establish those? We're tabling that till the next meeting. Got it. Thank you. That's it.
Ms. Byer?
I appreciate, Ms. Umstead bringing up the need for, temp staff again. If you all need that, I hope that you will let, Dr. Lewis know what you need to cover the phones, and especially because I could see more communication needs coming through this as, this is something that's never been done in this community before, and we want to, be able to answer questions that come up. And one thing that we've seen a lot in emails, that I hope that we can be prepared to talk about when we discuss this, in a few weeks, is, folks keep saying, find the money, pay them more. And I think, like all things, it's important for us to be honest with folks about what we get from the state. And so if we can, come with a slide or two to show what the state actually gives us for bus drivers, what we add in local money on top of that. And that is not to say that we wouldn't look at this budget item, for next year, but I think it's important to continue to, inform our community alongside us, what we're already, adding in local funding, and what we might need to increase in the future as we plan. We have all just come from a enlightening time at North Carolina School Boards Association annual meeting. We did hear this as a problem from other districts across the state, and the nation. And to our legislative agenda, and this is highlighted as well, but, and we'll continue to be advocating at the state level for funds for folks. But I do think it will be important for us to kind of bring that information and continue to lift that conversation up, as we advocate along with our community members for better state support of, bus drivers and bus monitors going forward.
Ms. Carter-Otten?
Just briefly, I know, I think I made this clear at the last meeting, but I just want to make sure, I think again, tonight we've expressed the sense of urgency that we're all feeling, but just want to make sure that if there are recommendations, just looking at the slides, looking at the responses to questions, I'm still left wanting to make sure that when we discuss this again, there's clear recommendations that come to the board for how to move forward. If there's anything this board can do, we need to know about it in order to be able to do it. So, and as Ms. Byer was just saying, if there's more staff needed, if there's if there's some more directive on any of the different options that have been discussed, please bring that to us in the form of a recommendation or two with all the implications that we can then make a really solid decision on it. So we can support what y'all are doing, the great work that you're doing in the best way possible.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
Dr. Lewis wants to add some thoughts.
If the board is done with their questions.
Just one last thing. I appreciated our retreat today, and one of the things about the information that was shared, if it takes longer than 15 minutes, that we should, kind of commit to that as a board, come to consensus on that. I agree with Ms. Umstead's request of needing to understand who has lost instructional time and how much. And I don't know how we would collect that data at this point, but really start kind of collecting that information. And I want to know if there's consensus from the board for that.
It was my understanding that there's a new code that's going into Power School, so they would be able to, but you also need to backdate it, so it might take some time.
Exactly, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. And that's exactly what I was going to say. That just happened this week.
Right.
And it's being implemented. So it's moving forward and looking backwards. So it is going to take some time. At that point, we can pull very quickly in a report absences by this code and that type of thing through our data managers. But
It
I'm sorry, I apologize.
makes me wonder if sometime after the end of first semester, if there's enough, so that would probably be around February, we would have enough. I don't know what the timing would be to backdate and do all of that, but that's when I would be looking for that, so you can get a good chunk of time.
Thank you.
So is there consensus for that? I see two down here. Yep, looks like there is. Think. Ooh. Ms. Chavez and then Dr. Lewis.
Okay, just to specify, if we're asking for that data, but I assume it's demographic data of who's been affected. Okay. That's what I would like to see.
However, y'all know all the ways we like to see data in all the subgroups and all the by school, by what it intersectionality, yes, all the things. As far as you can go without exposing individual people, right? All right, Dr. Lewis.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. My thanks to our transportation team here and as well as our transportation team that's working feverishly to get this done. One of the most critical roles in this school system among many is that of a school bus driver. I think we all know that they are sometimes the first adults that many of our scholars see in the morning, and sometimes that last parting word getting off the bus. If you're an educator, one of your first classes that you take is a classroom management class, and your professor may tell you piece of wise advice: do not turn your back to the class. And our bus drivers perform their jobs with their backs to the rolling classroom. And I was reminded of the power of our bus drivers last week when I rode a school bus. And I'll ride another one on this coming Tuesday. From start, the meticulous care of doing the bus inspection, going around the bus, and she was bending down. I said, "What are you doing now?" She said, "I'm listening for leaks in the tire." So the meticulous care before they even pull the bus off. And then as students get on the bus, the warm greetings in the mornings, the high fives and the hugs before they get off the bus. And I didn't get permission to share their story, so I'm not going to share the story. I will get permission and one day hopefully share their story. But please know, and many of you may know this already, but our bus drivers do more than just drive buses. They purchase coats, shoes, food for our scholars. That 15-minute, hour ride makes a huge impact in their day. They are helping us with our mission in the classroom of educating our kids, of purchasing a coat or some shoes so the child won't be bullied or so the child can come to school. And so my plea, my ask, as I shared at our joint county meeting as well, is yes, we are working feverishly to recruit bus drivers, but also I want us to really focus on what we're doing to retain our current bus drivers. And as a community, how can we come together to celebrate, lift up, value our school bus drivers, whether it's dropping some donuts by the bus barn or just being out there to say hello to a bus driver. You know, those are some things that I think will help. You know, in addition to National Bus Driver Appreciation Month, which is in April, I think there's some things we can do year round. And I appreciate those board members that have asked, you know, when can I go out there and ride the bus or just provide some refreshments or just a hi or a smile or just a thank you will go a long way. So I just wanted to share that and encourage and urge our community to just wrap our arms around our school bus drivers. Thank you.
Ms. Carter Otten.
I was just thinking along those lines, I can't recall, Dr. Lewis, did you say that, or has it been said that if parents wanted to like bus monitors might be an important role that some people could play that might support the work of a bus driver? And is that if parents are approved to be volunteers in the DPS system or board members can sit on a bus, like that's a role that laypersons can, you don't need a CDL for that. Could you speak to that at all or?
I don't remember sharing that.
Oops.
But I know that's a need and obviously at a cost as well in terms of bus. Want to get the correct terminology, bus aid, bus monitors.
Yep, so in North Carolina, a bus monitor, the title bus monitor is technically a volunteer that rides on the school bus for behavioral management purposes and observation, right?
Is a volunteer,
Volunteer.
but we have some that are on
Our
payroll.
Our transportation safety assistants.
That's it. Okay.
Those are professionally paid. We, of course, work with EC Services on all of the professional development and EC Services training for our transportation safety assistants. We've gotten in the habit sometimes of calling those folks bus monitors, but bus monitors are technically volunteers that ride buses with us.
Okay. So yeah, we can get some information and share with the board and with the public in ways that they can volunteer to be bus monitors or sign up to be a aid.
Safety assistant.
Safety assistant, thank
Yep.
you.
Thank you. Thank you all. Colleagues, the next item on our agenda is the local master's pay budget impact. Oh, Mr. Teeter, thank you for joining us.
Good evening, Chair Rogers, board members, and Dr. Lewis. So excited to share this information. I know that it was of great concern to the board at the last work session, and we wanted to make sure we turn this around as quickly as possible so that you have all the information. At times in the presentation, depending upon or during your questions, I may need to call on my colleague in HR to answer specifics about the mechanics of who's qualified for the current program and things of that nature, but I'll speak heavily towards the financials of the program. And so on the next slide, I appreciated the public comments about sort of the construct of that slide and staff's intent. And so really just the, our intent is not to present the certified non-teaching roles as cost prohibitive or a barrier per se. Just wanted to make sure that we're transparent in our calculations and how we're arriving at figures so that everyone knows how our math got us to our conclusion. So I just wanted to make sure I addressed that. And so in these figures, we're looking at the average cost of a teacher or the average cost of non-teaching certified roles as provided by the Department of Public Instruction, right? So they give us average salaries for all of these categories. And that's really sort of the best methodology for us to follow as we're estimating what the program might cost the district. This may or may not have come up in conversations about master's pay, but it is a 10% difference between the bachelor schedule and the master's schedule. So in our math, we took those averages, added 10%, and then to that 10%, that's subject to the fringe benefits that we're required to pay as the employer into FICA and retirement. So just wanted you to be able to follow our math and understand where all the figures come from. So for the teachers, we're rounding that up to 7,033. And for the other roles, such as the instructional coaches, social workers, et cetera, rounding that up to 7,793 as we progress throughout the presentation. So on the next slide, we make reference to some information that was shared to you from the Human Resources Department at the work session, and that in the current environment, there are 358 classroom teachers that are benefiting from the local master's pay initiative. And so just applying that figure from the first slide, we're looking at currently, assuming that we have 358 for the full duration of this school year, we're looking at 2,517,814. And as the board may recall, through your budget development process last year and evaluating expansion items that were presented to the county commissioners, it was estimated that program would cost $1,259,806. So, we've gotten some questions about how maybe the district landed at those numbers in the past. I can think of just, a couple of variables such as there may not have been clarity of just how many folks may have come forward with that eligibility. as well as, we're operating in an environment where we are seeing some modest gains in salaries, not great, but modest gains in salaries and the cost of matching benefits, right? So those are things that can be factors. But I think ultimately, at the end of the day, it's a target that would have been very hard for staff to predict. And so we're in a much better spot now that we've got some real actual live information of people who have applied, and that'll benefit us in our future budgeting work here in the district. So further driving that home, in the current environment, we're looking at a shortfall of 1,258,000 to continue that current model. We did have some questions from the board about just in terms of how is staff managing that? How will we fund that? How will we have that to continue? And so in the current fiscal year, much to, I think, my surprise and in a good way, right, the local operating budgets for the district at this point have only been populated to the 85% threshold. And so the budget staff is still withholding 15% of our departmental budgets. So that does give us some breathing room and some time to evaluate this particular challenge and other challenges that we're evaluating for Durham. So just want to make sure the board knows that we have that tool in our toolbox as we grapple with this. So we will, we're ready for the next slide. And this, on this next slide is just a replication of the chart that was shared from Human Resources at the work session. Just looking at counts on the various categories of employees that we've talked about at this point in time who are not receiving the local master's pay due to the lack of teaching responsibilities, basically. And so just wanted to get that back in front of the board. That those are the estimates at this point in time for those folks. On the next slide, we have a little more conversation about the implications of including those employees in the local master's pay model. So using that calculation from the first slide that we discussed, it would cost the district $272,755 to expand to those individuals. And to be clear, right, it was not an item that was a variable in the budget department and the finance staff's calculations during budget season, right? So this is a new variable for us if the board were to take action at some point in the future to make that change. On the next slide, we just provide just a succinct summary of the implications in a chart format that, again, that the current model, if it remains as is throughout the entire year, we would need to find 1,258,000 and some change to make that whole. And if it were to expand, or if it were to include the populations who are currently not receiving it, 272 and some change, and the two initiatives together would be a little over 1.5 million. So I know that was quick, but we tried to organize that as smooth and crisp as we could, and we're happy to answer any questions that the board may have at this time.
Thank you for joining us and thank you for that presentation. Colleagues, anybody care to go first? Mr. Tab.
Thank you very much. Just for clarity, are we deciding on master's pay or we're just discussing it?
The précis says this is for discussion. That doesn't mean that the board can't take action.
Okay, I'll come back.
Ms. Byer.
Clearly, we've had some ways that this has not been, master's pay was not rolled out with clarity, both to the board, to our staff, with our staff and to those affected. And I want to apologize to staff that have been caught in a lack of clarity. But I also am cognizant of the difficult position that we still find ourselves in not knowing if our district is solvent, if we are able to continue to pay the salaries, and if we've been able to model what we've already put into place for all of our employees. That is causing me concern, continues to cause me concern. And I wanted to open some space for what I saw in the email from staff in several ways. You all were clear that you do not recommend that at this time we expand this. Is that fair, Dr. Lewis and your team? There was an email that with questions that came late today near 5 o'clock that I saw, and I saw that kind of contemplated. And I just wanted to make some space that you are not bringing a recommendation for the expansion of this at this time with the financial information that we have in hand.
Right, at this time, this is informational for the board's consumption, to just ponder and realize where we are in terms of a financial standpoint, until we know exactly where we are from a financial standpoint and finishing this year out. I'd be hesitant to bring this as a recommendation. Peter, do you want to add anything to that?
I think further to add to that, nearing the end of week 3, but they have been a feverish 3 weeks of assessing things. So working very closely with staff to get a handle on a variety of issues. So we're very carefully reconciling what the district was awarded budget-wise from all sources, and making sure that we feel comfortable with where we are moving forward. I think in tandem with that, the district's fiscal year 24 audit is not yet complete. And so we are simultaneously managing the audit project and the fiscal solvency assessment. And the audit piece is important because I would not feel comfortable giving the board a precise position of your fund balance until that audit's complete. We have made really great progress in catching up the accounting team on the recording of some things to get us closer to that target. And so we're going to keep pushing at that. And so as quickly as we can paint the full picture for you and for the superintendent, we will definitely do that. But that certainly is where we are in managing this.
Ms. Harold Goff, then Ms. Umstead.
Thank you so much. I'm so excited to have you here. Acknowledging 5 months on the board on the 1st. I hear everything and I agree, and cannot go without saying that the intent of what master's pay was supposed to be was set back in the spring. And that intent was a promise to community. It was a promise to our stakeholders that went out. So I feel some kind of way about making a promise to community, whether, and then after making that promise, then saying, oh, we can't do it now. I feel like it is something that we have to swallow. I was looking at it, I was like, if it had been done the way that it was intended to be, we still would have had this deficit. I mean, and this deficit is only, it looks a really big number. I understand, but in the scheme of things, creatively, I think we would be able to find the solution. I feel that once we make a promise to community, we have to deliver on that. It'd be one thing if the intent had not been set back in the spring, but that intent was already set. And so now, to go back and then to then say, you know, it was caught now we're going to backtrack, severs the trust, you know, of that decision. And that is the mistake that we made. But then when you make a mistake, then you have to then come up with a solution to recover the mistake. So I understand that there is an opportunity for more time, but we hear community saying over and over, this is, so I think somehow we need to figure out how to honor what the original intent for master's pay was. And if these numbers say it's the difference between 1.2 or 1.5,
Yeah, and I think, right, so my reaction to that would just be that we are, so we are reconciling this and among other items that are important for us to monitor. I think, we will continue to do the work that we're doing in the direction that got the finance team moving and the budget team moving. And hopefully, I would say, I think I understand December 2nd is the next board meeting. And so then we will certainly make a push to further tighten up the solvency picture for the board. And we can have conversation further for sure at that time. I understand the passion. My sister is a master social worker and was a school social worker, and so I totally get it. But balancing that kind of with our financial responsibilities. But we'll certainly keep pushing on our work with the Solvency Project and continue to bring timely information to the board so that you have everything you need to know.
so board, this is more of a comment to us, is that staff is doing everything that they can do. The question to us is, are we going to honor our original intent that was set back in the spring, regardless of the journey that we've been through? Because that's what we promised the community, or are we going to, there's the reactive, there's the proactive, but for me, what's important is we've made a promise to community. It may have been misconstrued, but that promise was made. And I feel like once we say we make a decision and we say this is what the intent is, we have to honor our intent. So I'm just leaving that there for the board.
Ms. Umstead, then Ms. Chavez.
Thank y'all for this presentation. I think I have a couple of comments and I have a couple of questions. Like clarity. I feel like I talk about that often. And to hear the comments and public comment today about how people were told yes and then told no and then told yes and then told no, like that kind of yo-yo just isn't okay. Like it's just not. And I think we have to be better about getting really clear around, when we're proposing something, when we're asking questions as a board, when staff is bringing things, that we're super crystal clear. And the clarity around who qualifies and who doesn't qualify is also really, really clear. Clear on our website, clear on application materials, clear on all the different pieces of the work so that people know what to expect. And so I just, my sympathies, and I apologize to the folks who were in that yo-yo, because that just to me feels like we didn't do a good job. And I think that's unfair. I do have just a couple of questions, and some of these I think are for HR, and then some of them are also for you, Mr. Teeter. We talked about teachers of record was like kind of how this number has been budgeted. And I'm wondering, is there a standard practice for teachers of record across the district? I know a lot of principals are ones who put in this kind of making these assignments in Power School. And is there a standard across the district?
The scheduling at the school site determines the teacher of record, and it should be based on protocol that comes through the Office of Research and Accountability, what determines teacher of record. But it is related to the assignment of students. And so, there are things that happen with scheduling where sometimes principals, like right now, we have had some changes where folks are looking to assign students to people that maybe haven't had students signed to them all year long. I don't know the details of what the basis of all of that is, and I don't have a good way of delving into that from an HR standpoint. But if that school is vetting that those individuals are actually, teaching those students, then they assign them as teacher of record.
I think that feels like maybe a place that we want to get some clarity and some standardization on across the district. Cause I think it could, pending where we are, lead to some people getting it, some people not, based on what principals do. And I respect principals having the authority to make those calls, but I could see that looking different in different schools just based on how people have worked on their schedules.
We are already trying to figure out a way to work with research and accountability around that, just based on some of the things that we have seen.
I appreciate that. And then Mr. Teeter, I know you're only a couple weeks into the job. I know you talked a little bit about that 85% budget that's been allocated. Was that, I remember us talking about that, but it was a while ago. Was that also communicated to folks that you have 85% and you might not give 15? Or was it communicated that the 15 would come later in the year pending something? And that also was, I think, before your time too.
Right,
so.
right. That communication would have preceded me, but I think in my interactions with staff since I have arrived, I think everyone has moved forward with the awareness that they were allotted their 85%. I have received questions of when am I going to get the other 15? And so I think, I've tried to be as transparent as I could since I have arrived in making people aware of we're monitoring things and looking at things. And so I think, our leadership is aware that we're on hold until we do further assessment. So I think we've tried to message that very early. And I think that's always a risk. And that's why we do that as a practice, right? Is because there's always that risk that you may need that for some reason as the year fleshes out.
And thank you for that answer. That's helpful. But it sounds like we can't bank on that money either, right? Like we can't say that we're going to go ahead and use that in a different way right now as we're still trying to figure these things out. In the presentation and the recommendations, I mean, not in the in the calculations, are these are based off a full year of pay? And so for the way it's listed as expanded, or we want to say reinstate into the 2013 model, would include back pay for folks as well for this whole year? Is that correct? Okay, great. That's good to know that we got that full cost there. I think appreciate your update too about where we are as far as working on the audit. And I think as you all have more information about where we are in our financial place, if there's a different recommendation because we feel better about where we are, think we can have that conversation. I personally feel uncomfortable not having an audit close for the year, not knowing how much is in our fund balance to commit dollars that we don't have. From what I heard, it doesn't sound like we have a place where we think even what we're already in the red for might come from. I don't know if you have a different answer to that, Mr. Teeter, but
I think twofold, right? So we're at a place where we're holding the 15% as we work through things, and just I think we communicated this in the email earlier today. So fiscal year 23, right, is the last year that the board has a complete audit, and at that point in time, it concluded with about 7.4 million in unassigned, and in that process, right, the finance staff at the time reported to the auditors that during fiscal year 24, they were going to need about 6 million budgeted for fund balance in that year. But that's separate and aside. So I'll back that up to say, right, the board had a total fund balance of 17 million. 6.3 restricted for fiscal year 24 expenditures, right? A 3 million reserve for your self-insured workers' comp fund. And that's where we get to the 7.4 that was unassigned in fiscal year 23. And I think the important calculus that we have to arrive at is in the course of the 24 fiscal year, how much fund balance was ultimately necessary or not for the district in that year. And I think just the volume of work that I've seen that needs to be done to make sure that the books are lined up in an appropriate way. I could look at it and make a guess, but just the data would not have any integrity to it at this point because there's so much accounting work left to do to prepare for that FY24 audit. So I think maybe my answers just kind of maybe made it feel a little more murky, but that's really where we are.
I appreciate that.
Yeah.
You know, we need to know exactly where we are. I feel like I have one more question. This is all really helpful information, and I think I feel really stuck between a rock and a hard place with this, and I worry about where we are and financially and committing to something we don't know where the funds are going to come from. So, appreciate y'all in this presentation, and thank you for your work on it.
Ms. Chavez?
Presentation. So I think that this is a find the money kind of moment. And I want to say that I think we need to stop over promising. I do think we had the lack of clarity, and we also essentially committed to people that we would pay the master's pay on the teacher scale. I look forward to your leadership so that this doesn't happen going forward. But I think we have to honor what I think was proposed and offered in the spring. So I move that anyone on the certified teacher and certified instructional pay scale who would have received master's pay through the state prior to 2013, including but not limited to instructional specialists, instructional coaches, coordinators, and school social workers, receive master's pay beginning with the 2024-2025 school year, including back pay to the beginning of the school year. Second.
It's been moved by Ms. Chavez and seconded by Mr. Tab to
No.
Initiate back pay for master's pay for the eligible folks she listed. For the 24-25 school year. Is there further discussion? Ms.
I think the board needs to discuss first, and then I'll have some comments.
Ms. Byer?
Well, I appreciate it. I was actually homesick the last time that this board discussed it. And with apologies to our staff, I think there's been miscommunication and misinformation on multiple fronts. But, and I believe I'm probably one of the people that has been here the longest advocating for master's pay, and advocating that the state reinstate master's pay. I do not believe, as some of my colleagues have said, both at the prior meeting that this was discussed or tonight, that this was promised to everyone in our district that had a master's degree. I believe we made mistakes, our staff made mistakes. And I believe that if we need our superintendent and our new CFO and operations leadership to be successful, we need to understand that we can give them the time that they need to have better information about this district's financial solvency. And that the motion that you've made, Ms. Chavez, can hold for them to do the work that is imperative that we do so that we don't have to make impossible decisions. These are recurring funds that the county did not give us, that you all are asking for folks to find the money. And I so appreciate your heart for this. And this is not a criticism of your motion or your emotion. I think actually what would be more fiscally responsible of us and our employees would at least understand if we were going to move in this direction to expand master's pay would be to take the budgeted amount that we receive from the county and shift the allotment if you all need to, find the compelling case and our staff, justifies it to add these positions. But it might mean peeling back from the 10% promise. But the funds that the county gave us that will need to be budgeted for future years, we sit at the table with the county and the 1.2 million won't go far enough. And you're asking to just double this and find this at a time that we're also in a bus driver crisis. So I would just respectfully say that there is no reason that this cannot wait for staff to understand and gain clarity about whether we are financially solvent and able to do what you have asked. So that's my discussion, and it is not a pleasant place to be in, to continue to feel like our staff are jerked around. But we went out on a limb. Durham is one of only 2 districts in the state that even contemplating adding master's pay back. We have folks in our cadre of EC and ESL or supplements that we also added that feel some of them included and some of them left out. We've got a lot that we need to continue to unwind as we care for our staff. And I think this board can make more informed decisions after we've given finance staff time to actually wrestle with and more detail about our fiscal solvency. So I just respectfully ask that we consider taking the time and knowing that if we have the funds that we can make that decision in the future. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Byer. In the future, can I ask that all of us colleagues address the board as a whole and not each other individually? And I had a question, but Ms. Carter-Otten has something.
I said a lot about this at the last meeting, so I'd rather not have to repeat all of that. I'm tired. I'm tired of having to apologize to our staff. And I apologize that you're walking into this. I apologize that you're walking into this, Dr. Webb. I apologize that you're walking into this, Dr. Lewis. But the fact is, I would rather apologize to y'all than continue to apologize to the staff that work in our schools that have been jerked around. And it is true that we were unclear. It is absolutely true. But what we talked about in the spring was doing what the state did, doing what the state took away. We kept repeating that over and over and over again. And so that is what the motion tonight does. It does what we should have done in the first place, which is be more clear. If we wanted to do what the state did prior to 2013, then we should have said it clear earlier. We didn't. That was confusing. That was misleading. It resulted in many of our staff being hurt. And I believe strongly that this is something that we should make right, and it's our responsibility to make right.
Ms. Umstead, did you have a question?
I do. I don't know that I was ready.
Okay, you don't have to be ready. I have a question and I'm ready. And then I'll go to Ms. Harold-Goff.
I just wanted to reiterate, every action has a consequence. We're talking, based on these numbers, I don't know what the 1.2 million, 1.5 million, it's all. Every action has a consequence. And so when we say find the money, that's one consequence. The other consequence is find the staff. 5 eggs in one basket, 4 eggs in another. Which consequence do we want to problem solve? I would rather problem solve the fiscal consequence and honor the response, the intention that we set back in the spring.
Thank you. My question is, again, on the questions that we submitted prior to the meeting, received a late this evening. It's around the teachers of record. The question is in presentations, it was shared that we are using teachers of record in Power School to determine master's pay. Is there a standard practice across the district for teachers of record? I'm wondering if different principals may use this different across the district. The response is teacher of record is determined by what is entered in Power School. We have noted that principals are trying to support employees getting master's pay by making them the teacher of record. And so I can appreciate that. I think my first question, and it's a really basic, like I should have known this in the spring when we are having these conversations, but I didn't, and I still don't, so I want to know the answer now. When we talk about salaries, are those included in the individual school budgets, or is that a district level budget, part of the district level budget? It's district level. So when we are adding master's pay, it's not coming out of individual school budgets, it's still coming out of district level budget.
And I think, you know, just the one caveat to that would be if that particular teacher is Title I funded, right, that could have some implications for that particular schools. You know, I would need to do some additional research to see if we had anyone in that category. We do try to put the less expensive teachers in Title I as a practice. So that may not be an issue for Durham, but we can certainly examine that angle. But that would be the only exception I could think of to your question.
Okay. When it was determined, and I'm not sure that the board decided, but when the district decided that master's pay would be issued only to teachers of record in Power School, and we began noticing that principals were moving teachers into those categories so that they could get master's pay, was any guidance given to them knowing that that impacts the budget that has already been set forth?
This has been noticed in the last week and a half, and we are trying to work on some of the logistics of processes. I would also add to this, I stay in contact with colleagues. And so I would like to take this also as an opportunity as we're working on these nuances of implementation. In speaking with my colleague, and I just looked up the budget on my computer, Wake County initially planned for, I think it was 650 teachers, and they budgeted like 4.4 million. This year, they had to increase that budget by 3.3 million. And in speaking with my colleagues, the same thing that has been shared in 2023, 2024, this is the information that we can give you, but you're chasing an unknown. And even with what we're doing here, so just adding on to kind of the layering that Mr. Teeter referenced earlier, I can say this is what it is in this snapshot in time. Based on the information that we have, this number is not going to stay static for the rest of the year. If we are not further intentionally clear about everything, there are, you know, little nuances that can happen that this person's going to make a compelling argument that they qualify. That's going to be a layer. As it is only offered in 2 districts in the entire state, and new hires are attracted, I have no idea of telling you how many that will be. But I will say that the prediction is by the end of the year, it is going to be greater than even the projections that Mr. Teeter has provided tonight, because we have no idea of knowing where it will end up for the year. But I do think we can use some of the lessons in conversing with Wake County to say, okay, when you increase that to 3.3, by 3.3, which is now for them, I mean, you're looking at, and I know they're much larger than us, but that is a big line item. And so what that item looks like for Durham, I think we need to find out what additional lessons they learned from their projections and have time to consider that in that so that we all will not be apologizing again. Because there are numerous things that go into this. And that is something that stays on my mind. They started at 4.4, they added 3.3 for this year.
Thank you. Okay, so in the last 2 weeks, there's been no guidance to principals.
Well, we've got to learn something. I'm not the power school expert. So I'm trying to figure out, once it was put on the radar, I'm trying to figure out how do we address this in guidance provided to schools? So that's going to take some collaboration with principals that I have not had time to schedule yet in a week and a half, but we will try to get that scheduled as soon as possible.
Okay. I think, and I don't expect you to have this answer because you haven't had conversations with principals yet. I think my question would be, when principals are moving those employees and those staff members to the teacher of record in Power School, what is happening to the teachers that were the teacher of record that may or may not have had a master's degree in the field that they were teaching in?
I don't know until I talk to principals, but my guess would be with the number of vacancies that they have, they are trying to make those assignments because they're vacancies. And so I don't know how, maybe they were using the same name over and over again as teacher of record, and they're spreading that joy. I mean, and I'm just saying that from principal experience. I don't think they're trying to do something suspect. I think they're trying to be innovative in their approach and be supportive of their employees. And so until I'm able to talk to them, I don't know exactly what it is. But in that innovation, we need to be able to project the impact of that on the budget.
Thank you. Ms. Carter-Otten. Ms. Umstead, you can go right ahead.
I mean, my question, Dr. was saying you hit on, like, this is the cost today, but we actually have no clue what the cost might be by the end of the year. And to me, to move the motion is to open up almost like writing a blank check, because we don't know where we're going to land at the end of the year. And that also means that we'll be asking folks to make challenging decisions to find where the rest of the money is. Because we just have to find it, right? You can't, once you commit it to the people, you've committed it to the folks. And we will honor our commitment once we do that. I feel, said this earlier, uncomfortable moving in this direction without further study of this issue about principals, teachers of record, and how many folks might be eligible in this category, because I could see this number going up as more people are putting this on their license and that kind of thing. And I need to know where we would find the money from. Like, I just don't feel comfortable moving forward without knowing where the money is coming from. And I respect our folks who are working tirelessly in our schools. I think as soon as you could come back and tell me we have the money and we're ready to do it, I'm like, let's go. But I think before we get to that place, personally, I feel uncomfortable making that commitment today. And I think we've moved too fast before and found ourselves in positions that we were in a troublesome place in. So I say that to say I think we need to hear clearly from our folks, but also be wise as we're thinking about this decision. I would move that we table this motion to a later date where we have more information and can make this decision with the finances in hand.
Second.
And have additional support on best practices for the budgeting of this, because it is a moving target, as we heard. And I need to know how we're gonna be managing for that moving target.
It's been moved by Ms. Umstead, seconded by Ms. Byer to table the motion on the floor. Is there any discussion on the motion to table the previous motion? Yes, is there any discussion on the motion to table the motion? Ms. Carter Otten, then Ms. Harold Goff.
I hear you, and I also do understand that it feels uncomfortable to move forward with unknowns. Absolutely. I will be held responsible for that too if we do it. I do think there are dangers of rushing forward. There were dangers of HR rushing forward to tell our staff, congrats, your advocacy has paid off. You now get master's pay. Aren't you excited about this? That's rushing to move forward in something in a way that I think is highly regrettable. I think what we're trying to do is move forward with a sense of urgency for staff that deserve that urgency. We cannot, during this time with unknown occurrences at the federal level and at the state level, and the stresses that our students are going to be placed in, especially our immigrant students, we cannot afford to lose social workers. We cannot afford to lose instructional coaches that support our teachers and being the best teachers they can be. This is critical. And like my colleague, Ms. Harold Goff said, there's a cost to everything. I don't think this is worth losing staff over. And I just wanted to reflect on something that Dr. Lassane said. I think I heard you correctly
Ms.
when
Carter Otten, I'm sorry.
2 more sentences.
The motion to table is not debatable.
I'm not
So-
debating, I'm making comments. I was called on before the motion was seconded. And then ceded my time to Ms. Umstead to speak first.
Right, so what I'm suggesting is that we take the vote on the motion to table and then go to the discussion of the original motion. Okay, so all in favor of tabling the motion of Ms. Chavez to reinstate master's pay for the 24-25 school year for the educators she named that are not in record, that are not teachers of record. All those in favor of tabling, say aye.
Tabling to give finance staff the time to do the work to understand where we would get the money from. So it's not an indefinite. I just want to be clear about that. I just want to know where the
Okay.
money's coming from.
All those in favor of tabling this in an effort to give finance time to find the money to reinstate the pay, say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, say no.
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 No. The motion fails, 2-5. The motion on the table is, yes, please, Ms. Chavez.
I move that anyone on the certified teacher and certified instructional pay scale who would have received master's pay through the state prior to 2013, including but not limited to instructional specialists, instructional coaches, coordinators, and school social workers, receive master's pay beginning with the 2024-2025 school year, including back pay to the beginning of the school year.
Ms. Carter Otten, you want to finish your statement?
I was just going to say that I thought I heard Dr. Lassane saying 2 things, and one was that we can expect this that as an HR, as someone familiar with HR and the world of HR, you anticipate that this will support recruitment efforts in the district.
That is correct.
And also, this is more of an inference, but when I hear about principals trying to, it feels like principals want to retain their staff
They
by,
want to support
in this
them.
way,
Yes.
and they want to support retention efforts in this way.
Mr. Malone, can you speak to the changes we need to make to the motion?
Only that the item is on the agenda as a discussion item, so I think the cleanest motion would be for Ms. Chavez to include moving it from a discussion item to an action item. I think it can be all in one motion now.
Ms. Byer?
So I want to be clear on this 85% that we have given to schools and this 15% that is held back. I believe our schools are counting on that 15%. I believe that they are optimistic that will come their way so that they can use any additional funds that we have this year to directly impact students. We also we're delighted to have a retreat today. And one of the goals that I shared with our board was that it was my hope that as we have asked Dr. Lewis to do incredibly difficult work, repairing harm and rebuilding trust with our employees, that we get behind him and have his back. I've said that to you before, that I think it's important for us to have your back. And so I would again, the other concern I have is that by making this decision without the information that this board needs, that we are potentially boxing ourselves out of additional funds that we might need for the transportation crisis going forward. I'm going to read from an email that came from staff in an answer to this board's questions. And it says it several times. I was just going to read it once. Given the current budget, administration does not currently recommend expansion at this time. That is my unreadiness. That is something that should sit with all of us, and does not preclude us from taking future action. So I would just continue to implore my colleagues to join me in giving staff time, more than 3 weeks, to really dig in and complete the audit and have the financial information that our community deserves. Thank you.
Ms. Harold Goff, Mr. Tab. I suspect he's gonna call the.
In times like these, I don't like to act in a spirit of fear, but the thing that sits with me is that this was already, the decision was already, it was already made. The consequences have taken all kinds of other things. And so I don't want to use the consequences that have already played out to, to again, don't want to use the consequences already paid out to again undo promises that we've already made. There is no way to to clean this up. I understand the way, but whichever way we go, I feel like there's going to be financial implications, either with the loss of people or the figuring out the money. And either way, it's going to be hard work. So the question when we, make this decision is which set of consequences do we want to problem solve? And I'll stop.
Mr. Tabb.
Thank you very much. Just before I call for question, just wanted to say that, we have to make sure that we are still looking at the whole picture, that we're beginning or have a morale and trust problem here in this district. And we have to own that, and we have to accept that. Opportunities sometimes present itself for us to try to build that trust back up, to get us back on the right track. As a former building employee, it's hard for people to walk around in a building thinking that they were going to get something and then it was taken from them, and they still have to walk in the building with other colleagues. So any chance that we can get to fix those kinds of things, I think we should. Is it going to be a financial implication? Yes, it is. But it's also going to be a financial implication on the other side if we don't do something to build trust and build relationships back in this district. And I hope that we would take that into consideration. So I call for question.
Dr. Lewis.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. First of all, let me just be clear. I work for the will of the board. And I'm very uncomfortable with this, given our financial situation. And I don't think it's a matter of, are we going to pay the master's pay or not? I think it's just a matter of when we're going to pay the master's pay. I don't think anyone up here would buy a house without balancing the checkbook. And that's what we're asking, is an opportunity to ensure that we can afford this. Now, tonight it was for discussion. Had administration made the recommendation, it would have been a recommendation. If we can, if it is the will of the board, I would ask that we bring this back, but also bring back what we'll cut to get to the 1.2 or 1.5. And, hindsight is, 2020. Yes, there were some missteps. Absolutely, there were. And I think we owe it to this district to make sure that we are being fiscally responsible in making sure that we can pay our staff and increase bus driver salary and provide more resources to our schools. I don't think this board hired me to do a job, and I don't think there's a more frugal superintendent than I am. I actually keep a running list of things that come across my desk that I have to sign, and I'm asking questions. Why? Why are we spending money on this? To set the system up for financial health. I'm just real uncomfortable with. I'm just real uncomfortable with. Mr. Peter just got here. He's still analyzing, trying to finish an audit, trying to balance for the last year, and it just puts, I think, the district in a tough situation. Very tough.
Dr. Lewis, I did want to just add that when we met in preparation for this, it was also shared by Dr. Lewis saying that the numbers that are included, that 35/38, are not fully vetted. And so, again, we spent a lot of time talking about how we went from 190 and a projected amount of 1.2 to 350 something and a projected balance of 2.5, and that should have been, fully vetted before it was brought to the board and stated that it was 190. And so I didn't know, I apologize for the delay. I didn't know that the board was on for discussion and information only. And so I thought I may have had a little more time to allow HR to give us accurate numbers on how many positions we're talking about and then a forecast of that. so that we can be transparent with this board on what the potential expense would be for those positions that are listed. Like, I don't know who coordinators are, and Dr. Lasane was looking, like, who are those positions? Like, who all is included in that? And so I just wanted to lift that up, that does cause me some heartburn, because I don't want this board to again be in the position from administration being told something and it's not been fully vetted, and it can't necessarily like be something you take to the bank or that Mr. Teeter can take to the bank.
Thank you. The question's been called. Oh, the question, there's no more discussion after. Mr. Malone.
So technically, calling the question is a motion. It requires a second and then a vote. And your policy says a majority vote to end the debate. And then you would end the debate. So at this point, all you have is a motion to call the question with no second.
Second. Well, it's been sitting there for a long time without a second. I mean, could Ms. Umstead at least have her point of discussion?
The chair would have to recognize her.
That's true.
That's helpful. Mr. Malone, that has not been the practice of other attorneys from your law firm when we've called the question in the past. Ms. Umstead?
Just a clarity question. In the presentation, the numbers, are those, and I apologize if y'all told us this before, are those current people in positions or are they positions? Does that make sense? Like, do they include the vacancies as well?
Those do not include any vacancies that would be in any of those positions. And if you'll remember, this request came right before the board meeting for which we calculated those numbers. And so what we tried to do is pull together lists by titles. We still have to go through, make sure we didn't leave out any title. Sometimes people have different, namings, and to make sure that we have really looked at all of those. I'll give you a prime example. In the area of the social workers have provided you information that says there's a number of 15. And I want to say there's like 13 in my slides. And so there are those types of things that you have to dig in. Like if someone, even one of the public comment, they mentioned they were a mini McKinney-Vento social worker. And so in how we just pulled that information together, if I just pulled social workers and I miss McKinney-Vento social worker, that person might not be on the list, just to give you a concrete example. And so that double, triple, quadruple checking still has to take place for any particular outliers for whatever reason that may be.
So considering that, our estimated costs do not include just even vacancies of positions that people might fill.
Fortunately, I would have to go back and see how many, but in the arenas that we're talking about, there's not a lot of vacancies out there, but it is still part of the vetting process and part of the ultimate cost.
In each one of those, whatever the vacancy would be additional costs to this role. Okay.
Ms. Carter-Otten?
I just want to note that I look forward to a time when it feels like we've been vetting for a long time. Has it been since June or July, or can't recall how long, but I look forward to a time when we have the data that we need to make the decisions that we need to make, and we have it more readily available. And that feels like that's been a struggle here with this for a while now. And I appreciate that, like that table that was on the slides tonight, I think you mentioned it was the exact same table that we saw a couple of weeks ago. So I'm wondering why in the last couple of weeks that's not been updated, since this is a topic that was clearly something that was pressing for the board. So I hear that it feels like we're pushing for something faster than might feel comfortable for folks, but for me and for I think a lot of our staff, we're not moving fast enough because we don't have the data that we need to be able to move. And again, maybe that's systems, but why should our staff that are in our schools serving our children have to suffer for the systems that are inadequate that we are responsible for?
I appreciate that. Over the last week and a half, our top priority has been with the payroll window open, trying to make sure that we're still addressing pay. I mean, we have multiple competing factors for the number of things that we have to do, and we are trying to make sure that everything is adequate. And I want to stress that to the board. But we still have for each role, that is one person that can only accomplish so much in a day, and the volume is massive. And we're still trying to get it done. And so even for the request for what was for this board, yes, we still have lots of things to do, but we also have a payroll that we're trying to address and make sure that numerous items are right there too.
Any further discussion? Ms. Byer.
I may have asked this before, but have you, Mr. Teeter or Ms. Ojijo, been able to model our current payroll yet and the implications of that as we contemplate?
That is the final piece that we're working on, right? So we're looking at a variety of line items of concern in reconciling the budget, the proposed budget compared to where we are. And that's the final piece, right? It's the biggest piece, and that's the final piece that we're working with the budget team on to be extra sure that we've got a reconciliation of the active positions compared to what was budgeted, as well as making sure that we have clarity on vacancies and that we've accounted for those in the budget.
Appreciate it. Just that piece alone, outstanding, will give, I think, our administration and y'all's team so much more confidence in being able to project forward with the confidence that this district deserves. Thank you.
All those in favor?
Of calling the question or the motion?
The question is dead, according to Ms. Byer, which is fine, because I don't see any other discussion. Okay, Ms. Chavez.
Can I just modify my motion appropriately? Is this a good time to do that?
Absolutely.
I'm going to read it all one more time, but I move that we move this item to an action item, and that anyone on the certified instructional pay scale who would have received master's pay through the state prior to 2013, including but not limited to instructional specialists, instructional coaches, coordinators, and school social workers, receive master's pay beginning with the 2024-2025 school year, including back pay to the beginning of the school year.
Second.
Been moved by Ms. Chavez to provide master's pay to certified teachers and instructional educators on the certified pay scale to reinstate master's pay based on the 2013 certification, based on the standards from prior to 2013 on the state pay for the 24-25 school year, including but not limited to specialists, coaches, social workers, instructional coaches, and to move this item to an action item. Yes, it was moved by Ms. Chavez, seconded by Ms. Harold Goff. Is there further discussion? Ms. Byer.
So hearing that motion and the number of categories included, is it possible, Dr. Lassane, is it possible that the breadth of job categories listed and detailed in that motion would even further expand to categories that we haven't even considered and modeled here? Like classroom teachers that have a master's that is not in a relevant field. Y'all have,
2013.
That's
we
not
have
the
limited
motion.
it, yeah, so is what you all have brought the maximum extent or
The only way, and I'm gonna look at, Mr. Malone here, is I think that there could be something included in the motion that references DPI guidelines that would help take care of that piece that you're asking.
And just to be clear, that's what my motion included, that what people that would have been paid through the state prior to 2013 for master's pay.
Thank you. I still have concerns about the broadness of the motion and the ways that our staff will continue to interpret it, and the ways that we probably have undermodeled it again, but thank you.
All those in favor, say aye. I'm sorry.
Is there any appetite to bringing this back on December 2nd? Because I have no idea where this money's coming from.
Haven't voted yet. Um, Ms. Chavez,
What I would say is that respectfully, I would like to move forward with this, but ask that administration does come forward with a plan for the, not just the 300, but the 1.5. I think that what I have seen is that we, to me, I guess, there's a lot of things that we're weighing here. So I think moving forward with this says that we are going to find the money. To me, it is a find the money moment. And it's $300,000, and I've seen us find $300,000 before. I'm not saying that I think we should continue that as a practice. But I do think that if we're weighing something that is frankly, like far more valuable than that, and that's the certainty and assurance given to our staff who serve most vulnerable students. So that's where I stand on it.
we'd still love to see a plan on the 2nd. I get whether it passes or not, I think. All those in favor? I'm sorry. Ms. Harold Goff, then Ms. Umstead.
I'd like to acknowledge right now that I am absolutely playing devil's advocate. Share all of the empathy with staff. I have to say, I cannot sit up here and say that we should dishonor a decision that where the intent was already made to the public. This is an accountability issue on us to do better. And that is part of where my discussion is coming from. Doesn't mean that I'm any less fearful. Doesn't mean that I'm not acknowledging that there is, that is a major ask, a big push, but that is the result of our own incompetencies. And so in order to begin to repair the trust, to begin to get buy-in from our community on being problem solvers and having solutions, I feel like we need to carry the punch. We have to repair this major thing that has been done to repair trust within the community. And so proactive, reactive, this is reactive, but it's reacting to something that we already promised. And so I'm going to continue to play that advocate and then challenge us to dig our way out. So I just wanted to, it's not that I don't, yes, it's a huge thing, but we made this promise to community and they're looking at us.
And we will deliver. All I'm asking is for 4 days.
And if I may
That's it.
add a couple of pieces, right, that may help with the comfort around December 2nd, is that regardless of what were to be decided tonight, it's not going to affect the November paycheck. It's gone out. It would be December, regardless of whether, so I think, and then I feel like I can have my team at a point by December 2nd that we'll have an answer on the solvency component because we'll be done with the calculations that Ms. Byers asked about. We still will not have a complete fiscal year 24 audit to share where fund balance is, but the solvency work will be done for the current budget year. And again, regardless of what decision we make tonight, it would be December pay before we would process any changes. So I don't know if that helps, hurts, but worth lifting up.
So essentially 4 days. And not only me knowing where the money comes, I think the board would want to know where the money is coming from before making that decision.
Ms. Hempstead, then Ms. Carter Otten.
I don't know if this is December 2nd or it's future, but just clear, we need 1.53 million, 1.5 million approximately, right? And we don't know where we're gonna land for this year. So I think as we're thinking about that plan, do we think it's more expensively to be prepared for if more people come in, right? And so do we need to think about where 2 million or 2.5 million? I'm not the expert on this and how you would project that, but I think the plan should be not just for what we see here, but what we project for the rest of the year. And for the board to be clear, and when we start our budget, because this is a reoccurring cost for the next year, we're starting with this already, like, kind of an ask that we'll need to make from our county. So that would just be my ask on the plan that comes.
Ms. Carter Otten, then Mr. Tab.
I guess I'm wondering, so we already made the decision to spend the 1.2 million. And so what we're talking about tonight is the 200,000 to 300,000, possibly more and possibly less. And I'm speaking. And so I'm wondering the nervousness, because I do want to understand that, is around that. Can you remind me what the total budget here in DPS is? The roughly.
So I mean, as far as your local budget, you're a little over $200 million. And so, and I mean, and that's really any implications of the decisions we make tonight, right, is where that's going to land, right? We're going to have to manage that from the local budget.
Okay, thank
Yeah.
you. So from $200 million,
Yeah.
we're talking about less than $300,000. So that's where I'm just,
We're already 1.5.
but that is, we have already decided on the 1.2 million. What we're talking about tonight is the additional, all we were talking about tonight is the additional 300,000. So that's why I'm just wondering why,
And I think,
that's the
Can we-
decision we're making tonight.
Can we have that slide? It's on that slide, right?
right, it's on the final slide, the summary of the impact of this particular program. So, right, so in the current climate, we're looking at 1,258,000 that we're short compared to what was budgeted. And then looking at another potential 273,000 rounding to the nearest, so a total of 1.5. But I think it's important to stress that Durham has been through a lot in the last few months, and I know you know that better than I do. And the finance department has been through a lot. There have been a lot of people at the table, consulting, advising, and so I just think it's so very critical. You know, we've done a lot of work in 3 weeks, and I just think it's so critical for us to continue to unpack all of the council, whether it was right or wrong, procedures, whether they were good or bad, systems, whether they were good or bad, and get that under control. And we're very close to that. I'm frankly surprised that we have unpacked as much as we have in 3 weeks, but there are some really bright folks in the finance department. We're working well together to do that. And I, you know, and you've got my commitment that by the next time you come together, we'll be able to unpack everything for you that has occurred. in the middle of the storm.
Thank you. So if we do nothing tonight, we are still going to be spending that my
That's correct.
vision is bad, 1.2 something.
So regardless, right, we'll be having to find ways to deal with that 1.2 regardless.
Right,
Yes,
so
ma'am.
that's not part of our decision tonight. We've already made the decision to
Correct.
spend that money. The decision tonight is to spend the middle value, which is their 272,000.
Or they could, come
Ms.
back and tell
Byer?
us we're not solvent and we have to
Ms.
pull
Byer?
back. Sorry.
I'm speaking,
And
and
she was
also,
speaking, and Mr. Tab was next.
now I've lost my train of thought, but I think what I was going to say was, so by the December 2nd, the idea is that then we would have detailed information where we're getting the money from.
And I think to be clear, and it's important to just resurface this, right, is the number as presented could grow as we continue to dissect the personnel data, right? So I don't want you to leave tonight with the impression that, right, I think we're looking at a minimum of that 272, right? So I think we need to be aware that the implications are that could be an even larger number as this continues to unfold.
Thank you. I am excited to have more clarity about our
Yeah.
financial situation and really appreciate your work. And I'm feeling I really am disappointed in what we're doing to our staff and our schools.
Mr. Tab?
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I would like for this board to really think in terms of collaboration and unity. Because I can see we are all looking to help. And the way it comes off sometimes, it makes us seem like we're not together in what we're trying to do. But I know we are. We are. But I want us to think in terms of compromise. How can we as a board in this moment compromise to be able to give Dr. Lewis exactly what he needs to do and to also be able to get this motion to where we need it to add into what he needs to making sure that master's pay is given to those deserving people that should have it. If we think in that way of collaboration, I think we could come up with a motion that would do both. And I know we can do that. So Dr. Lewis have already indicated what he needs. We know what you want. Where's the middle ground for that we can come up with a motion to be able to accomplish both goals. And I think we can be able to do that.
Thank you, Mr. Tab. So, y'all didn't ask my advice, but what I can offer is that this motion has been amended to death and could go to vote and pass, or it could go to vote and fail, with a compromise motion being offered immediately following. If there were a compromise, could the compromise be that we ask Dr. Lewis to bring a plan on the 2nd to carry out the actions of the motion that Ms. Chavez has offered? So the current motion is to reinstate DPS standards of master's pay for certified teachers and instructional coaches on the pay scale for the 24-25 school year, including but not limited to specialists, instructional coaches, social workers, Did I get it? Okay. Um, is there further discussion?
Can
Ms.
she
Hilda.
read her motion as it is and then add the language for the compromise so that we have it?
We've amended it twice
I'm just asking
to
her to
make it
read it.
actionable and to,
Well, I'm not saying that she, like, you just added the compromise just now. Could she read it and then you add that language to it?
Mr. Malone.
Yeah, I don't see anything in your rule.
So we can accept an amendment. Is that what you're
Yeah, I think so.
suggesting?
I don't see anything in your rules that would prevent you from a third amendment.
Okay. All right. Ms. Chavez.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I do see it in your rules. I apologize. It does say that the motion may be amended and an amendment may be amendment, but no further amendments may be made. Sorry. So it does say that.
Thank you.
I'll withdraw my motion.
Thank you.
May I make another motion?
Thank you.
Could I move that we direct staff to bring this with its full budgetary implications on December 2nd? And with the motion that, with the,
Sure, after
that
you're
Ms.
recognized
Chavez
by the
had-
chair. Yeah. Ms. Byer?
I move that we direct the superintendent to bring the budgetary solution for expanding master's pay to the categories previously discussed at our December 2nd meeting.
Second.
It's been moved by Ms. Byer and seconded by Ms. Umstead to direct the superintendent to bring the budgetary implications of the master's pay for the previously mentioned job categories to the December 2nd meeting. Is there further discussion?
Yes, I'd like to,
Ms. Chavez?
can we clarify the motion and just, may I suggest a modification that we move the direct the superintendent to bring a plan on December 2nd to pay anyone on the certified teacher and certified instructional pay scale who would have received master's pay through the state prior to 2013. Yeah, sure, for DPI. For DPI guidelines, including but not limited to instructional specialists, instructional coaches, coordinators, and school social workers. On the master's scale for the 2024-2025 school year, including back pay to the beginning of the year.
Ms. Byer, do you accept that amendment?
Yes, thank you for that clarity.
Is there any further discussion?
Does that need a second?
Sorry, I'll second it again. We need that.
So we're voting on the motion, on the amendment. Okay. It's been moved by Ms. Chavez, seconded by Ms. Umstead to amend the motion to direct the superintendent to bring on December 2nd the DPI standard prior to 2013 for certified teachers and instructional coaches on the certified scale to have master's pay for the 24-25 school year, and the budgetary implications of doing it for the whole year. Well, including but not limited to specials, coaches, social workers.
You said, but not limited to, can you just repeat those three?
Yes, it's the ones listed in the table in the presentation: instructional specialists, instructional coaches, coordinators, and school social workers.
Thank you, sorry.
All those in favor of the amendment, say aye.
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 All those opposed, say nay. The amendment passes unanimously. Now we have to vote on the actual motion. Okay. All those in favor of directing the superintendent to bring the budgetary implications of master's pay for all the job categories on the slide in today's presentation, but not limited to, include all educators paid on the certified pay scale for the certified teachers and instructional coaches on the certified pay scale master's pay based on DPI standards prior to 2013 for the 24-25 school year, including back pay, including, all the people on the slide. All those in favor, say aye.
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 All opposed,
Aye.
say
No, whatever I'm supposed to say.
it passes 6-1. Thank you all. Welcome to Durham, Mr. Teeter.
Is this a good time for point of privilege?
The next item on our agenda is closed session.
I move that we go into closed session for the reasons stated on the agenda.
Second.
It's been moved by Ms. Umstead, seconded by Ms. Byer to go into closed session for the reasons stated on the agenda. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, say no. We're now in closed session.
Come on, I'm trying to say 13 years.
We're now back in open session. Dr. Lewis.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair. I'll ask that the board approve the HR report as amended.
Move approval of the personnel report dated November 21st, 2024.
Second.
It's been moved by Ms. Byers, seconded by Ms. Chavez to approve the personnel report dated November 21st, 2024. As amended. Is there any discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed say no. With that, we are adjourned.